Okay.
Good morning, everyone. It looks like we have quorum, and I think we're going to get started. So thanks, everyone, for joining us live and virtually. My name is Dr. Sarah Gongora. I'm going to be filling in today for our Executive Director of the POC, Wendy Julian. So just to get us started, if you have any technical questions virtually, please feel free to send a chat message to our host. If you're here in person and have questions, please feel free to look around the room and contact a member of our staff. Thanks everyone for being in your seats, and we're going to get it started. So it is now 8:59 a.m. Chair Mundo, and our meeting is now being recorded and our YouTube live stream has started. So we are set for you to begin.
Good morning. It is 9 a.m. Thursday, June 13, 2024, and I am calling to order the meeting of the Los Angeles Probation Oversight Commission. I am Eduardo Mundo, Chair of the Commission. Thank you for joining us. Now I will turn it over to Dr. Sarah Gongora again, POC Director, to explain how you can participate during today's meetings, and then she will call the roll.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome again. As always, we encourage real public participation in our meetings, and we welcome your comments in writing or live today. There will be an opportunity for public comment on each agenda item and at the end of the meeting for items not on the agenda. For items on the agenda, Chair Mundo will introduce them. Any presentation will be heard. The Commission will discuss the item, and then we'll take public comment before taking any action on the item. We have made a change today to ensure that we're able to get to all of our agenda items and in the meeting on time. We'll be placing time limits on the length of comment for each agenda item. If there are more folks that want to participate than we have time for, we will consider scheduling additional town halls for specific issues that come up. As a reminder, please everyone remember to speak directly into the microphones so that all of our live and virtual attendees can hear you clearly. So for today, I'd like to share the following code of conduct, asking us all to respect the following guidelines. Please stop speaking immediately when your time ends for your comments. Please make sure your public comment relates to the subject matter of that item. Let's all remain respectful of one another and the forum. And any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the meeting. So how do you participate today? So if you're here in person, you can approach the podium after presentations are heard for the item that you wish to address, and our staff can help you out there. If you've joined via WebEx or telephone, please use the raise your hand function to join, and we will add you to the queue. If you're calling in and want to comment on an item, please press *3 on your phone and activate the raise your hand feature. Once we call on you with your phone number, you must press *6 to accept our unmute request and begin with your comment. If you have any technical questions or can't find the hand icon, please send a chat to our host. All commenters today will have 2 minutes unless the chair determines otherwise based on the number of commenters signed up for each item. If you wish to make your comment in writing, please send us an email to info@lacounty.gov. Please do not send your public comment in the chat. Only our host will see it, and it will not be logged in as a public comment because the chat does not comport with our Brown Act responsibilities. Our meeting is being broadcast live today to our YouTube channel, but there's no engagement there with users. We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel to watch live recaps and recordings of our meetings. You can also follow our social media accounts on Facebook, Twitter, which I guess is now X, Instagram, and Threads at LA County POC for more information about our meetings, and we encourage you to invite others to attend. Buenos días y bienvenidos. Se ha iniciado la conferencia por WebEx y en persona. Si le gustaría hacer un comentario público, por favor haga clic en la imagen de la mano y abriremos su micrófono. Si está escuchando la conferencia por teléfono y quiere hacer una pregunta, por favor presione *3 y le avisaremos cuando sea su turno. Si está viendo la conferencia por vivo en YouTube, le avisa que no tendremos chat en esta plataforma. Le damos la bienvenida a esta reunión a miembros de la comunidad quienes prefieren hacer sus comentarios en español. Les daremos 4 minutos hoy para esos comentarios y podemos proveer traducción al español. Al iniciar su comentario, nomás avísenos que prefiera hacer sus comentarios en español. Gracias. I will now call the roll. Commissioners, please respond when I call your name. Commissioner Frankie Carrillo, looks like he's not here yet. Commissioner Dolores Canales.
Here.
Commissioner Sean Garcia Lays.
Here.
Commissioner Ishay Jackson will be absent today. Commissioner Millie Kakani, looks like she will be arriving in 1 or 2 minutes. Commissioner Sam Lewis.
Here.
Commissioner Don Meredith.
Here.
Commissioner Diane Terry. Here. And Chair Eduardo Mundo. Chair Mundo, we have quorum, and I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Let's proceed with item 2, the approval of the May 9th meeting minutes. Sarah, do we have any public written comment or live comment for item 2?
We have not received any written public comment on this item. If you would like to comment on the item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature. Call-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand to get in the queue. If you're here in person, please approach the front and staff will assist you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the May 9th meeting minutes? Commissioner Meredith, thank you. A second?
Second.
Commissioner Terry, thank you. Are there any changes to the minutes? Commissioners, hearing none, please unmute yourselves and vote with a voice vote. Motion carries unanimously. We are now going to move to item 3, a presentation from the Los Angeles County Probation Department on its Community Collaborative Courts Program. Senior Probation Director Frank Adams is here to give a report. Mr. Adams, welcome, and will you present your report, please?
Morning. Thank you for the invitation, the opportunity to present this program and probation's collaboration with the partners. So I'm going to give an overview on our collaborative courts. So that also includes the drug court and our treatment court. So the collaborative courts is a voluntary program. It's post-conviction. And it's a team approach with all of the collaborative partners working toward giving the opportunity to the participant to complete services that are resource intensive. And it's for the most vulnerable population that we serve. So that population includes those with substance use disorder, mental illness, sometimes a combination, co-occurring disorders, homelessness, our veteran population, our transitional age youth, that's 18 through 24, and then victims of human trafficking. Well, the partners include the Superior Court, the District Attorney's Office, PD, APD, and private attorneys for the council. That's usually where the case will originate. It can originate at the filing. It can also originate in the arraignment courts. And it'll be sent over to the partners to make an assessment on eligibility and suitability for the program. Probation's role, probation participates in the eligibility and suitability discussions. They'll also monitor and support the participant in the program, help them navigate through services. Sometimes there's drug testing. They'll report monthly. They'll give progress reports to the court. And they'll have regular meetings. If like restitution needs to be set up, they'll help set up the restitution. Then there's other service providers, mental health, Department of Health Services. They do the assessments to help determine the level of treatment that's needed. And also Los Angeles Veterans Affairs and various treatment providers are there in the court. The eligibility criteria. So each court works a little differently. They typically don't allow serious and violent felons, but they can make exceptions, and that could be escalated through the district attorney's office. And they can make some exceptions to participants. The length is usually about 1 to 2 years of intense supervision. They're step-down programs. They may even start off in custody. There's the START program in custody, it's comparable to a residential drug treatment program. And they have great reentry services with the warm handoff where the treatment providers can pick them up from custody. There's also, they can give them medication if is needed, 30-day supply of medication that helps them through the transition back into the community where they can continue with either residential or outpatient treatment. Types of sanctions, usually it's, they'll work with this population. Sometimes it's just increasing the treatment. Sometimes there's a warrant issued, get them back in, assess what's going on, and try to get them back on track. Some of the incentives, one of the most important incentives is the opportunity to have that case dismissed or reduced at the end. Recently, AB 2167, it requires the courts to consider the collaborative courts as one of the options for sentencing. So that's something that takes place on all cases. And then once the case is accepted, the partners all discuss the case, agree on a level of treatment and a treatment plan. The participation in the treatment is a condition of supervision, it's a condition of probation. And, they'll, mental health's involved, public health's involved, where they'll help, they make that initial assessment and continue to monitor the case. There's close monitoring of these cases. They come to court, and at least initially once a month. They get treatment updates and they're able to determine how that case is going and if they can transition to a lower level of treatment. As mentioned, is 1203.4, which is the opportunity to dismiss that case at the end once they complete all of the requirements. So some of the key principles that this was based on are from the Collaborative Justice Courts Advisory Committee. And I mentioned several of these already. So it's service intense. It's a collaborative, non-adversarial approach where there's support for the client who's coming through the program. Family members will often come to court, able to participate, let the judge know how they're doing in treatment, how they're doing at home. And the cases are identified as early as possible in the criminal justice system. Regular monitoring and regular support. We have 7 staff currently working with the partners throughout the county. We have up in Antelope Valley, Long Beach, downtown, Pasadena, Compton, and Van Nuys. So these are some of the hardest working officers. This is a really demanding position. Their hearts are all in the right place. They're there to support, help, facilitate the reentry of the client and successfully navigate through all the services. But like I said, it's a lot of work, but probably one of the most rewarding positions in probation. Okay, and I'll open it up to questions at this time.
Thank you, Director Adams. As a reminder to all, the attachments are included with the agenda. Also, we have Kakani and Commissioner Carrillo have joined us. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Commissioner Kakani?
I was just wondering if you have any data on outcomes and how folks end up doing, recidivism rates, things like that.
The outcomes that are tracked or completion of the program, successful completion, the amount is about it's about 50% of the clients. It's it's very demanding because it's required that they complete all of the treatment, and so that's why there's no lowering of the bar here. They earn this dismissal of their case or a reduction.
So you said it's about a 50% success rate?
50% complete, yes.
And do you know of those 50% who do successfully complete the program, whether they end up having contact with the system again, or do you not track that?
We don't track that, no.
Okay. And then how many staff? I know that you shared it was about 6 courtrooms. How many probation officers are dedicated to this program?
We have one for each courtroom.
Okay, and like what's their caseload?
So they're anywhere between 30 and all the way up to 130.
Oh, wow.
The Lancaster Court, they're the highest demand. They have about 130 cases. They have 40 people graduating next month.
Okay. Is there special training for these probation officers, or do they just kind of go through the general training that all other probation officers go through?
I mean, they're doing the motivational interviewing. They're doing, they sometimes go to substance use disorder training to get a better idea. So yeah, training related to this position they do take.
So there is some specialized training.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, would love to know more about that because this seems like it's a particularly vulnerable population that these folks are working with, and it seems like there might be some overlap that other probation officers who are working with different populations might benefit from. So I didn't know if there's like a streamlined training or if it's kind of whatever comes up that might seem relevant.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Do these probation officers have a specialized training? I understand that you're saying that there might be other things that come up that they might choose to partake in, whether it's substance abuse training or, I'm not sure. You said motivational
Yeah, there's no
interviewing.
like specific 1 week training prior to coming in. They train with the court. They train with other officers already involved in the program. But if you're asking if there's a specific training for this program,
There's not.
no.
I don't know that I have any other questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Terry?
I was wondering for the 50% who don't complete, do you have a sense of what are maybe some of the challenges they face? Is it like they just don't go to treatment or something like that?
Yeah, so maybe they're just not ready for it at this time, and and then at that point they'll be sentenced. They'll be given an opportunity either on probation or maybe they're sentenced to prison at that time, and then when they come out on parole, they're given an opportunity at that point.
Okay. And sorry, this is so high. I'm struggling. Can you lower it? Okay. I was just wondering in the slide that was talking about the key principles, one of them was talking about using a system of sanctions and incentives to foster compliance. Can you just share a little bit about what that looks like? What might that look like for someone who is maybe struggling to complete?
Yeah, so one of the best things about this program is the swiftness in which they can deal with any sanction or once somebody's starting to struggle, they can get them back into the court and all the partners can talk about what's going on with the client, maybe bump up the treatment, address it right there swiftly. Somebody leaves the program, they can get a warrant out for that person, get them back in as soon as possible. And then the incentives, there's a lot of positive motivation. There's graduation ceremony. And then the biggest incentive is the opportunity to have that case dismissed or reduced.
Okay, and then last question, I was wondering if you all work with the peer navigators at all, because it seems like a lot of the partners are departments, which makes sense, but I know especially for some of these populations, all those partners seem like a system. So I know that peer navigators can be successful in working with some of these populations. Is there a role for like community members or CBOs or like a peer to kind of serve on that committee?
Definitely the treatment providers, but peer navigators, you mean the ones that are in custody or which peer navigators are we referring to?
Like maybe someone who's gone through the program before or someone who, similar life experiences, kind of is familiar with the challenges, just a peer who isn't a system, but who can kind of support that person. Just curious.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they're involved in the court process. They may be involved in other areas.
Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Carrillo?
Director Adams, good morning. On the fifth slide here, can you just tell me that, it's very clear that some courts just operate differently, that there's different criterias, from what it says here. Can you give me some examples of what those differences are? And is that based on geographics? Maybe the AV has a different dynamic versus maybe Pasadena?
I mean, as far as of the cases that they take, they operate a little differently. Some will take more, some will have maybe more resources. Somebody who may have a 290 prior, they may be able to, take that case, where others don't. So, they each have just a different criteria.
Is there work to align all the courts to operate equally, no matter where the probationer may be in the county?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing.
I'm just, the question is, from what I'm reading here, I feel like depending on where the probationer is, which court, there might be a different outcome or different standard. And I'm just wondering, is there some internal work to make sure that doesn't matter where you are in the county, that the process is equal throughout?
Yeah, so these cases can be referred to the collaborative courts from any court, and they can be referred at any point. As far as, I'm not sure what you're asking as far as, I mean, it could be denied at one court and then maybe they send it over to another court.
So I'm just read it back to you here. Each court operates in a slightly different way with varying eligibility criteria, requirements, lengths, types of sanctions, and incentives. So I'm just thinking the differences here is what I'm asking. Why is there a difference? And if the difference that you're saying might be about resources, but are you as the director making sure that no matter where you are in the county, that the incentives and the outcomes are equal no matter where, if it's AV or Pasadena?
Yeah, so I mean, they're different in the way that, each court has their preferences. Some will keep them on longer, some will keep them, terminated as soon as 1 year. But we provide, with our role, we're providing the same role and same services to every client.
Thank you.
Any more questions? So I have just a couple. Is there a special selection process for the officers that are assigned to these units?
Yeah, I believe it's an asterisk item. So, those that apply, we're looking for those that have, their heart in the right place and have the background that's going to make them successful in this position.
And for the public and my colleagues, can you just elaborate on asterisk item?
So that's a position that we can go, basically pick the best candidate available off of the list.
So, and the second question I have is that 50% success rate, is that pretty much across the board at each court, or do you see any differences? That like maybe in Long Beach it's 20%, but in Antelope Valley it's 50, or?
It's pretty consistent throughout.
Okay. I had one more question, but it slipped my mind. So Sarah, do we have any public or written comment on this agenda item?
It looks like no. Okay, so members of the public, if you'd like to make a comment on item 4, please raise your hand now or send a message to the host to ensure you're in the queue. If you're here in person, please approach the front if you'd like to make public comment, and staff will assist you. Do we have any virtual commenters? Nope.
Oh, we have one.
Okay, Karina, we're going to go ahead and unmute you.
Hello.
You can begin.
Oh, hi, good morning. My question is, out of all of these cases, how many cases are even, drug related where they are given, anything pertaining to drugs?
Karina, I think we missed the beginning of your comment. If you could just maybe repeat the beginning.
Okay, so my question is, from these cases, how many are actually drug related cases?
Yeah, I don't have a specific breakdown, but many of them are the majority.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, commissioners, I will go ahead and move to agenda 4. Item 4. Mr. Director Adams, thank you for joining us. You're welcome to stay up here if you like. If not, and you want to get back to work, we won't be offended. Okay, agenda item 4 is a presentation from the Los Angeles County Probation Oversight Commission on the inspection of Dorothy Kirby Center. And we will take possible action to approve the final inspection report. Dr. Gongora, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. On March 27th, the POC commissioners and staff conducted the annual inspection of the Dorothy Kirby Center. For those joining us today that are less familiar with the POC's inspection process, it's a one-day snapshot of any given probation facility, in this case, Dorothy Kirby Center, where POC commissioners and staff gather information related to the experiences of people in that facility. That includes talking with people who work or volunteer there, but it's primarily centered around the experiences of the young people incarcerated in the facility. We look at things like what their living space is like, how young people are treated by those in charge, what the food is like, what they think about the programming, things like how easy or difficult it is to get seen by a nurse or a therapist. The point of these inspections is to document the practices and the actual conditions as they are occurring inside the facilities and to utilize that information to drive recommendations to the department. So over the last year, DKC has gone through a major transformation from the single residential facility it once was to now housing 3 distinct populations within its walls. There is DKC Placement, which is a co-ed facility, DKC Camp, which is a cottage that was formerly Camp Scott, and the DKC Secure Youth Treatment Facility. DKC Camp and SYTF are meant to house girls and gender expansive youth, and they each comprise a single cottage. During this year's inspection, commissioners heard and observed various examples of the care taken to differentiate between the placement, camp, and SYTF cottages in order to create more age-appropriate environments, including an emphasis on vocational skill building for older youth. In this inspection, we heard very few complaints about the DKC program overall, and a lot of positive from young people about the individuals they interact with regularly at DKC, including their probation officers, therapists, and program providers. It could not be ignored, however, that just 2 weeks before the inspection, an LA Times article reported on the arrest of a probation officer from the facility who allegedly had sex with a youth there and brought contraband into that facility. So during the inspection, we took care to address this issue, and we learned from leadership that they had planned trainings to help DKC staff identify any signs of grooming or abusive relationships and to encourage reporting of any inappropriate behaviors observed in the facility. At the POC's previous inspection at 2023, there were some critical issues that we saw resolved at this year's inspection, and I wanted to lift that up. Last year, construction projects for roofing, installation of AC and Wi-Fi and windows had the whole facility dug up, and there were literally potholes all over the facility covered by plywood and chain link fence and things of that nature to keep it safe. Insufficient planning with LACO during that time kept youth from physically attending the school. This year, those projects were all wrapped up, and it was reported that monthly interagency meetings were helping the planning and communication between LACO and probation. LACO, Los Angeles County Office of Education. Last year, we heard concerns about, this year, we heard concerns about the turnover of DMH clinicians and the effects that had on the stability and mood of various cottages. In addition, folks reported needing more clarity about the roles of the various clinicians and counselors working at the facility. It seems like communication between partners at DKC could be strengthened, and increasing the frequency of those interagency meetings was suggested by quite a few as a path forward. Training and implementation of LA model at the facility was a bit of a mixed bag, with some probation employees saying they'd received LA model training and others not. We interviewed youth and employees throughout the facility looking for evidence of the implementation. So things like a therapeutic milieu, multidisciplinary teamwork, robust family engagement, the creation of home-like spaces, individualized programming for youth, and regular team planning processes that center youth and their natural supports. We mostly found inconsistent examples of these practices, like some youth reported that their families were involved in their services, or some cottages showed very clear signs of collaborative participation and partnerships that benefited youth, like the co-facilitation of dialectical behavior therapy, but we didn't see that across all cottages consistently. So some of this probably sounds familiar for those of you following this work. Some of these findings are very similar to last year. There is an overall lack of consistency in practice, which seems to stem from a lack of clear expectations coming from these aspects of services, like bringing in the natural supports and trauma responsiveness and individualized planning, should be prioritized, and not simply because the department should do them to implement a model, but because we want to center and work intentionally to better meet the needs of the young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions or concerns? Commissioner Kakani?
Thank you. I just had a quick question about the training that you mentioned, unless I misheard. I thought you said that there was a training for staff scheduled to identify grooming. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, because in the report, I thought I just read that there was a plan in place for the next staff meeting to discuss grooming and ways for staff to identify abusive relationships such that they would be aware of and report any inappropriate behaviors. But a meeting to discuss and a training feel like two different things. So I just wanted to confirm, was there in fact a training scheduled for staff, or was it just a meeting to discuss?
He said that it was going to be training in the meeting
Okay,
to prepare staff to identify grooming. Yeah.
that was just probation leadership who was
Yes.
going to be training? Do we know like what, I don't know, curriculum or like what exactly?
No curriculum was indicated.
Okay. And I guess equally important, in addition to training staff to identify grooming, it feels like it's important to talk to young people about what that looks like too. Was there any discussion about engaging young folks in that conversation to talk about like predatory behavior, grooming, things of that nature? I know Dorothy Kirby is kind of a unique place where most of the staff, I think, do have their master's in social work, if I'm correct. So yeah, I don't know if that's something that was discussed or shared.
There wasn't, no plan was shared to do any sort of training for young people, but during our interviews with young people throughout the day, most of them expressed understanding their rights around PREA, rights to not be abused. They had gone through orientation and had discussed with probation officers some of those guidelines. And so it seemed like there was an understanding, a basic understanding amongst young people.
I guess that feels right. I mean, that feels a little different to me than actually understanding what it looks like to be groomed and like what it looks like to kind of be dealing with people in positions of power when they're exercising kind of that power in ways that are problematic. So I do hope that the department actually invests in talking to young people about what that looks like and how they can protect themselves beyond just, reporting and making grievances, but also kind of, identifying problematic behavior that may have been normalized for one reason or another.
Any other commissioner? Hey, Sarah, do we have any written or live public comment on item 4?
Do we have any written comments? We have, it looks like no written comment. Do we have any public comment? No. Okay.
Commissioners, can I have a motion to approve the attached DKC Inspection Report? Commissioner Meredith, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Kakani? Commissioners, do we have questions or further comments?
If you're here in person and you want to make a public comment on this presentation, please approach the podium. We can do that. Sorry, I didn't say.
Sarah, can you facilitate the vote for us?
I'll now call the roll. Commissioners, please respond when I call your name. Commissioner Frankie Carrillo.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Dolores Canales. Commissioner Sean Garcia Leyes.
Aye.
Commissioner Ashay Jackson is absent. Commissioner Millie Kakani. Commissioner Sam Lewis.
Aye.
Commissioner Don Meredith. Commissioner Diane Terry. And Chair Mundo.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. I encourage you all, if you get a chance to read it, it's a good report. I was part of the inspection and saw a lot of good stuff and had a good opportunity to talk to a lot of the staff, and it's moving along. So now we are going to move to item number 5. We will be discussing and taking possible action on an update on progress the Los Angeles County Probation Department has made towards maintaining compliance with the California Board of State and Community Corrections. Discussion will include reports on results of the BSCC inspector spot checks at Barry Nardoff Secure Youth Treatment Facility and Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall, and updates from Probation's Human Resource Division on current staffing and personnel information, including deployment of field staff into the Secure Youth Track Facility and Juvenile Hall facilities, rates of staff on leave and sent home during deployments, an update on call-out rates for staff working in the Secure Youth Track Facility and Juvenile Hall. Human Resources Manager Deanna Carly was unavailable to attend our meeting today, but she has sent a report in which has been attached to the agenda. Probation employee, I forgot your title, Ms. Epps.
Oh, that's all right. Chief Deputy.
Chief Epps and Chief Alicia Cotton will deliver the report.
Good morning, everyone. Before I get started, just a couple things. So this report, the language in the report is verbatim from any briefing or report out to remain consistent with what information we were provided from BSCC. So the first thing I'll begin with, there were 2 types of targeted inspections that take place. There is the announced visits, in which BSCC notifies us to say we will be out during the week of. So it's announced we'll be here the week. It may be the 10th. That could change, but we usually know the week and the day, but sometimes in that week it changes. And part of us being found returning to compliant, the condition through BSCC was determined that we would have a series of announced and unannounced visits. Those will take place monthly up until our comprehensive inspection. The first BSCC announced targeted inspection took place at Barry J. Nardoff Secure Youth Treatment Facility on May 7th, 2024. Under the section of Title 15, 1321 staffing, they reviewed the daily facility reports and daily schedules from April 11th through May 5th, and there were no items of non-compliance were noted, is what we were told. And then they looked at, of course, 1357 use of force, regarding all of the updated use of force training records. We have until June 30th to complete all of the necessary training required for staff, and we're continuing towards completing those requirements. Under section 1371, programs, recreation, and exercise, documents reviewed were program, recreation, and exercise activity sheets. BSCC staff also reviewed 10 days of programs, recreation, and exercise activity sheets. No items of non-compliance were noted. The next page, I did just provide a sample of some of the programming that is currently available at Barry J. This actually has a second page, but I just wanted to include some type of sample. And we're open to providing that should we need it. In fact, I'll submit it. Then looking at 1390 discipline, documents reviewed were the merit ladder and canteen slips. No items of noncompliance were noted. Following the announced inspection, there was an unannounced targeted inspection for Barry J. Nidor, which focused on programs, recreation, and exercise, and no items of noncompliance were noted. Because it's lengthy, I will pause if there's anyone on the commission that has any questions regarding Barry J. I can take those, or if you'd like me to continue, I can do that.
Commissioners?
I just had a question on the use of force training. Do you have a sense of like what's outstanding and how much is outstanding? I can't remember the date that you said by which the training had to be completed.
We have to have all of the staff trainings satisfied by June 30th.
Okay.
I can tell you in areas, say, for example, site-specific is where anyone deployed has to have a training familiar with the facility, people that need to be trained in the use of force. We're at less than 50 in numbers of those, so we're pretty far down. They have been training through the weekend and some evenings. I can get the specific numbers and provide those back. We just didn't because we were still ongoing.
But you foresee it being done by June 30th?
Yes, and when I say 50, I want to be clear, there's 50 in certain areas. And then there is a requirement under Board of State and Community Corrections Standards and Training and Corrections that if you have been out on any type of leave, there's a certain amount of days you have to be back. So we're just kind of separating those numbers of staff that do not have to meet that requirement. And then if you've been back, say, I think it's 90 days, but don't quote me, you do have to complete the training. So people that are within that window of returning, that number I'll have to get you, but I can.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful if we could see a chart, like a breakdown, just so that there is some tracking. That would be great. Thank you.
So we anticipate, yes, in response to your question, we anticipate meeting the requirement.
Commissioner Lewis?
Just wait for you to get to go ahead. Good morning, everyone. So I'm really aware of all of the programming at Barry J, which is great. In terms of the day-to-day programming, a lot of it is exceeding, except for one, and some of it is what's the bare minimum of what's required by BSCC. I was wondering, and one of those is exercise, and we're in the process of making sure that they have an exercise program, but that's 1 hour a day. And so one of the things that I'm wondering, can we seek, once everything is stabilized, to give these young people more than an hour a day? Because if you think about it, 1 hour a day for a kid or a young person that's under the age of 25 to go out, run around in the grass, play basketball, work out is not a lot of time. Like, I mean, when I was that age, I'd spend like 6 hours on the basketball court. And knowing the amount of energy and things like that, is there a way for us to begin to look for that? That's one. And two, though I've seen the matrix for Los Padrinos, and I know I'm kind of jumping ahead, but can we attempt to bring the level of programming up at Los Padrinos to where we're fast approaching with Barry J, just as I'm looking long term?
So yes, we can take a look at that. We're currently in the process of making several of the programs that are provided more robust and adding additional new programs, specifically at Barry J and at LP, but I'll talk about Barry J at this time. Additional vocational training. Currently, there are a smaller number of college courses available just by virtue of how it is and we've just recently entered into a new college agreement. So we want to add additional classes that kids can take. We're also increasing the number of people that are on hand to assist with tutoring for college and supportive education once their classes are over to provide that assistance. But we can certainly report back on it because we do anticipate in the next 60 days having additional programs on that we can come back and do a summary of for both.
Commissioner Terry?
Just a follow up to that, with regards to the recreation, especially with it being summertime, what is what does it take to implement more or to have additional hours of rec time? Can you kind of share what the process would be? Because I feel like, there's probably a lot of hours now with the kids being out of school.
Well, kids still have their education time. It's of course changed some things in the schedule, but it's just a matter of us adding it on. But what we're finding that BSCC has found in talking to our kids, some of our kids are asking for different things aside from just the physical recreation activity. So we're trying to build out classes and additional services in response to what they're requesting. That's also been the same information from our youth councils as well. So as we get closer to implementing those things, of course, doing a double back, it changes with population, pretty stable population at Berry J. So that's what we're looking at. It's just takes us adding it on into response what the kids need. Response.
So I had two questions. I understand that the no items of non-compliance were noted is the Board of Corrections language. And what confuses me is that if there are no items of non-compliance, why isn't that statement in compliance?
I can't speak on behalf of BSCC. I can just tell you that in our report out, our debrief, this is the exact language that was used. It could just be the fact that we were having, just a discussion about everything, because in some areas you'll see where it says no non-compliance. As I get into Los Padrinos, it's in the body of it, but where it's clearly stated, probably just the way it was discussed.
Okay. And what do you think compelled the unannounced visit to look at programs and recreation? Was there a concern that they may have had from the first visit?
Not that I understood, I just understood that there would be different areas of focus. Sometimes it might be, hey, we're focusing on this, we'll move to another one, or maybe I'll come unannounced and do this one, the same one and a new one.
Thank you. So, Los Padrinos?
Thank you. So there was an announced visit at Los Padrinos on May 9th, 2024. For staffing, the daily facility reports and daily schedules from April 11th through April 9th were reviewed. There were no items of non-compliance were noted. Safety checks. Guard One, which is the electronic safety check system, the tool that's used, the quality assurance, or sometimes known as quality control documentation, special incident reports. If there is a break in or distance in time between the room checks and it looks significant, there's also a mechanism when you're checking the doors where if a kid is not in their room, you go into the system and you show them out of the room. You can either do individual moves to move the kid, show them out of the room, or say there's the whole hallway, you can do a group move to show the whole group out. So for an individual, it may be because they're out to a medical appointment, an attorney visit, or if the group, it could be that they're at school, they're outside at some type of recreation. So you would show that move. So if there's an issue with those, if that change wasn't made to show outside of the room, or the change was not made to show to the individual appointments, we require a special incident report whenever there's something that does not show you in the room. And if they're not there and you didn't properly put them out or you missed checks, you have to do a special incident report to document why the safety check was missed and who all was present at the time that it was missed. So just to provide that. So they reviewed all of the special incident reports, also known as the SIR, any training materials, and staff accountability documentation. So of course that, again, that would be the SIR. Sometimes there's a memo required, and anything that the supervisor who's required to check at the end of every shift the status of safety checks on any particular unit. What was the documentation that they made? Another proof of practice is any documentation is tracked and there's a log that goes to the superintendent's office. So they would look at anything that we identified as what you call as proof of practice, is this shows you we're doing what we said we're going to do. That information showed the safety checks are being completed in accordance with regulations. There were minor discrepancies in documentation, but there were no unreasonable delays between room checks occurring during the inspection period. It's important to note that in these things, there was nothing that was discussed as I go through the areas where there are notes that we would have been non-compliant in a regular comprehensive inspection or a targeted inspection. So because of those things, minor discrepancies in the documentation, timeframes of getting it done, like say, this was missed on the 10th, hey, you should have documented it on the 10th. Quality assurance caught it and said, hey, I need you to document why this happened. So there may be a date difference or something like that. So as far as that went, we're still also per the agreement, not only were we doing the announced and unannounced visits, we're also receiving ongoing technical assistance from BSCC. So what was provided, a review of the quality assurance, quality control documentation, and a discussion on how we could improve that. Does it require any changes? Or this may work better, or maybe there needs to be a different layer involved into what is being presented to drill down on any discrepancies or to lessen those. Discuss the language used in the SIRs to ensure clarity and consistency. Is it clear why there may have been a lull in time? Is it clear why someone was not immediately placed outside of the room as a group or an individual? And then the discussion on how to continue and we must continue to ensure that all documentation is consistently provided and available for a comprehensive or targeted. The same things, facility reports, daily schedules from April 11th through the 9th, no items of noncompliance noted. Moving into room confinement, they reviewed units C and D safety check sheets, C and D self-separation sheets, 3 individual room confinement documents, and Guard 1 safety electronic system review, and corresponding self-separation forms. So just kind of to give some insight into that. So a youth can say, I don't want to go outside to outside recreation, outside activity, or recreation. So recreation includes the free time in the day room too. That can be, I want to do letter writing, I want to do phone calls, I want to do puzzles, whatever's available. So a youth can self-separate. When a youth decides to self-separate and not participate in those activities, we are required to immediately start a self-separation form explaining why the youth opted to self-separate. So that would be the importance of looking at those self-separation forms in relation to room confinement. There's also something that's important to note. So there's a schedule when kids get up to start to get prepared for school. The one thing that in the past, when we were coming into compliance, was that youth were still in their rooms for a window of minutes pending going to school. And does that teeter over into room confinement? Because if they're already up and waiting to go to school, they need to wait in the day room. So just looking at different things kind of gives some insight how you can get into room confinement. The other thing is you have to have very clear documentation when there is a disruption or break in normal facility operations. Say you had a single fight or a multi-subject fight. Have you returned all of the unit operations to normal? Are there no threats? Have kids, if there was an OC deployed, have people properly been decontaminated? And all of those things, because kids should come out of their room when it's safe and reasonable to do so. So just kind of giving some insight there. So the technical assistance, there was some documentation that was missing, did not identify noncompliance. Individual room confinement documentation was appropriate when there are times that somebody did have to have the room confinement. Say they were a risk to others and couldn't come out with other people, that the documentation was there and available. And again, managers need to, the superintendent, assistant superintendent, supervisors, managers, still need to ensure that documentation is consistently maintained and provided and in the right places. By the right places, I mean, you may have completed the documentation, but you didn't deliver it to the officer of the day, or it wasn't routed to quality assurance. So if that wasn't done, sometimes you can check, but at that moment, you didn't have it. So you need to make sure it's going to the right places. Use of force documentation, reviewed 22 use of force incidents between April 29th to May 5th were reviewed, updated use of force training records, BSC technical assistance. All but one incident report had full debriefs. The debrief is following any type of use of force incident. The staff involved meet with the supervisor, director, and they do a debrief of the incident, what went right, what could be better, what went wrong, if there was something that went wrong, and those things. Again, no items of noncompliance. Supervisors must continue to confirm that the debrief and other required areas are complete prior to completing the report. Facility continues to work towards completing, of course, the use of force training. Section 1360, searches. Reviewed the search logs from April 12th through May 3rd. No items of noncompliance. Education program. Documents reviewed. Attendance logs since April 11, 2024. Youth are being dropped off at school on time. We did work out with our partners at LACO to be able to escort students into the classroom between the hours of 8 and stagger arrival times for kids getting into the classroom because there had been fights, kids running across. So getting each group into their classroom and then calling for movement of the other groups and having staff wait there. And then the teacher arrives and class begins. So kids are making it to school, to class timely, and in many cases are getting to the classroom actually early. We're continuing to meet with LACO regularly to resolve problems that may come up. And as it says, this collaboration should continue, and we are continuing that. We reconcile a report daily or weekly for anything that happens. If someone arrives late or any type of issue that may hinder class starting on time. So we're continuing to work with our partners to address anything that may come up. Moving into section 1371, programs, recreation, and exercise. In review for that were program, recreation, and exercise activity sheets. BSCC staff reviewed 10 full days of programs, recreation, and exercise. No items of noncompliance noted. Again, just a sample page of some of the activities that are available in program. Moving into discipline, daily tally sheets were reviewed, electronic sign out, daily reward documentation, and weekly reward documentation. Those would be known as the incentives when kids do well and earn their necessary points, and the incentives that they're able to purchase those points through the behavior management program. Technical assistance provided. We have had electronics provided to kids as an incentive. And one thing we were told must continue to provide electronic incentives widely, MP3 and DVD players. Only 17 youth had received an MP3 player and 46 youth received a DVD player out of 300 youth housed at the facility. Documentation reveals that rewards and incentives are provided to youth and they are attending the behavior management program and store weekly. And we certainly understand that, wanting to have a larger rollout of that. But one thing I would say as probation, as a side note, is in some sections of the facility, we have long-term population that are there longer for higher level of offenses. But some of the kids that are there for lower levels of offenses or mid-range offenses cycle out of the facility and we get new intakes. So I think that may be impacted by that, but that's just my opinion. I didn't formally look at the data, but I believe that to be the case. Then there was an unannounced targeted inspection on May 14th, specifically looking at programs, recreation, and exercise. BSCC's comments were visited all units with the exception of P&Q to talk to youth about programming. P&Q is our female unit. Youth reported that programs, recreation, and exercise are being provided daily. They reported it is not always provided for the full hour for a variety of reasons. And looking at some of those, if there's interruption to facility operations in response to a fight, if there's other things that disrupt the program. And if someone has to go to the hospital, all the after actions that happen when there's been a use of force incidents, decontaminations, mental health assessments, referrals, medical examinations, and those things. BSC technical assistants want us to ensure that youth participate in programs. Facility manager will brainstorm possible solutions. How do we get programs back on track in a more expedited way when there's been a disruption to facility operations for security reasons for those kids that are uninvolved? So given the space constraints and some of the things at LP, it's a challenge, but we are looking at ways to do that. And I can pause there before we go into maintaining compliance information. If you wanted to ask questions about LP specifically.
Commissioner Kakani.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. And for those who are sitting out here, I apologize if you don't have the paperwork to follow along, so I imagine it is quite dense and yeah, just difficult to make sense of if you're not also following along on paper. I understand that this is about meeting like the bare minimum standards, and some of it is, you know, like checklist compliance. Do you have the things in order? Do you have the documents, I don't know, prepared, available, things of that nature? I guess what feels like is missing from all of this, and again, I get that there's the compliance thing, and then there's like the well-being of young people and staff thing, which sometimes feel a little misaligned because, you know, when I'm reading these compliance pieces about the documentation, right, it's stuff about documentation being maintained, but not necessarily about its accuracy, right? And I think we're all aware of what happened in December in one of the units where, you know, there was really, you know, what was characterized as a fight club that many of us bore witness to by watching the video, and upon kind of further reporting and journalistic investigation, you know, we learned that the supervisor's job was really just focused on, is the documentation maintained, not necessarily, is it accurate? And so I'd love to know kind of like what efforts are being made to make sure that what is in writing actually comports with like what's on video, or, you know, perhaps there is a discrepancy. It's like what efforts are made to talk to the young folks, what efforts are made to talk to other staff, what efforts are made to review video footage to maintain, again, just like the integrity of the department.
Well, thank you for the question. So a couple things I would respond to that with. There's, of course, training that we're developing for our supervisors to look at the documentation. There's a requirement that you review the reports. How are they being reviewed? Do we need to change something, and what happens? As I mentioned earlier, there's a debrief following every use of force incident. Unfortunately, we depend on our reports being accurate, being legally sound, and 99% of the time that happens, that I believe it does. But there are times when maybe there's an issue. So how do we train to that? How do we address concerns, as you said, with video? So administratively, we do random video reviews. We just randomly pull videos. And I will say there have been times, the press is sometimes different from the reality of what's really happening. There's the press side, the probation side, and clarity in between. So random video reviews, that's how things have been discovered that, hey, in this video, this random review, this is what's been discovered. Sometimes we will go days up, days back to begin to look at those. And that's what has been working, looking at those and having a log of what it is that we're looking at so that we get anything that doesn't feel right or look right to the right resource to be properly assessed. And then if there's other action that needs to happen, then to get it to the right place for that additional action.
I just want to note that this is obviously not the first time that we're hearing about this kind of discrepancy between what's in video and what's in writing. Nearly every single report from the Office of the Inspector General that's been monitoring compliance with the DOJ settlement has indicated discrepancy. I mean, they take the smallest of sample sizes in terms of what they're reviewing. And in every single one of those samples, they have identified that there is a discrepancy in what was in video and what was in writing and kind of how the department moved forward based on what was in writing. So just lifting it up that this, I understand that, perhaps there's this belief that it's an anomaly, but there is some consistent reporting, whether it's from journalists or whether it's from the Office of the Inspector General, that there is this discrepancy. And I think actually the BSCC has reported on it too. So it just feels like something that we should be cognizant of. The second thing I wanted to lift up was programming. And I understand that one of these targeted investigations took place in April. Dr. Gongora and I were there on April 23rd. And on that single day, there were 8 hours of programming that were indicated on the schedule that was provided to us that actually wasn't even occurring. This thing that's referenced to as forward-thinking journals. We went to almost every single unit that had that programming listed, and every single unit had no idea what we were talking about. The staff didn't know what we were talking about. The young folks didn't know what we were talking about. That was a single day. I think for the entire week, there were 28 hours, if I recall correctly, of forward-thinking journals. It was, I don't know how else to refer to it, but it felt like a fake out. And that feels really disturbing and kind of disgusting. We were there last week for a announced inspection. I think that was just last Monday. 2 units had no programming. 3 units had programming that, again, were referred to as either mobile library and, once again, forward-thinking journals. Nobody knew what mobile library was. And again, no one knew what forward-thinking journals was. So that's 5 units that didn't have any programming on a single day. So again, I get that these inspections from the BSCC are about really what feel like checklist compliance. But if we're talking about the well-being of young people, we're still not there. If on a single day you could have 5 units that don't have any programming. So I'm not, to Commissioner Lewis's comments about, it's not even about like stepping it up. I mean, we're really not doing the bare minimum. And we are in reality out of compliance, even with the minimum standards to ensure that young people are, I don't even know if okay is the right word, but again, just getting the bare minimum. So I do hope that you all are taking a closer look, that if you're in these facilities, that you are actually following up on the schedules that are being provided and making sure that what's in writing is actually, again, what's happening in real life.
Well, I would say there's a couple things. Well, one, as I said, we're building out more robust programs, and the reason for that is you don't want to have the bare minimum amount of programming available, because if somebody cancels, what do you do if you get an hour's notice? What do you do even if you get 2 hours notice? It's difficult to move something around when we've committed to a schedule. I know some providers would argue against booking 2 things, say just a random time, from 4 to 7, but it's a safeguard that allows us to begin to put more kids into things when they are available. But if we keep the schedule very specific, that this one provider is in the schedule from 4 to 6 and they cancel, we end up with hours of issues. We're also trying to build up additional things where there are things in the can. It's not always the case that people cancel, but it does happen. And it's unfortunate. So we're taking a look at that. That's why we're looking at building out more robust programs in addition to that as well. So point definitely taken.
And just a reminder, during the last commission meeting, there was an ad hoc committee established that will be working with the department and really fleshing these issues out. So, and on our side, we met yesterday and look forward to meeting with you. Commissioner Kokani and Commissioner Canales are part of that with Commissioner Terry. So this is going to be an ongoing discussion. Commissioner Lewis?
I think Meredith might, you have yours up first? So for clarity, when I'm talking about stepping up, I'm talking about Barry J, not LP. And I'm solution-based oriented. So in front of me right now, I'm looking at Barry J's schedule, and I'm really aware of the crowdedness of programming, which is great. the forward-thinking journaling is under the DSS, so that there's a DSS manual that the department developed for how programs will be ran. And under that, for forward-thinking journaling, it's supposed to be pretty much credible messengers, caseworker, DMH, pretty much anyone that works with the young people can go in and do their forward-thinking journaling. Right now, that's not happening anywhere. In fact, when asked if credible messengers could do this, there was pushback. And so that could be like, okay, a program cancels. You have credible messengers available. They can do the forward-thinking journaling. They can sit there. It's literally a book that you walk through and say, what triggers you? How do you work around these triggers? And you work with the young people to get them the problem solved. So I've seen the entire forward-thinking journaling. Everyone's willing to do it, but are not being allowed to do it. At Barry J, in terms of LP, the crowdedness of the program is not like Barry J. The solution is you put more credible messengers in there. The solution is because if you have the shifts right now, as I'm looking at it, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m., you have people that are there from the community that are working with these young people. One program cancels, we go to forward-thinking journaling, and we do one-on-one mentoring. There's a plethora of different things that can be done as long as they're trained in multi curriculums, evidence-based, DBT, or CBI. The problem is that you don't have enough people that are there. So if you had an empty unit with no programming, but they had 2 credible messengers assigned. Now, I know Young Women's Freedom Center is there at LP, and I think they work mainly with the girls, and I know we have 2 credible messengers there in terms of ARC, but that's a limited number of people that are dealing with close to 300 kids or young people. Barry J, we have triple the amount almost, with just, I think it's 60 young people right now and 20 at CBK, and 7 of the 20 are about to leave CBK. So there's far more programming and people to engage with the young people that are there. How about we figure out how to do that piece, make sure that they have the training, and even if a program cancels, if our fallback is the journaling and everyone understands that they're able to do it and they're trained to do it, then you never have young people without anything to do or any unit without any programming. There's literally so much programming going on if you have those programs coming into the units. To me, I think it's a no-brainer and it's simple. The model, and many people haven't had the opportunity to do this, the model that we're actually working to create is based on a program in Washington, D.C. called New Beginnings. You might be able to pull it up and Google it, but it's literally where every unit has a deployed, in this instance, it would be probation staff, DMH staff, credible messenger, and restorative justice person. Every unit has a minimum of those 4. Often it's more than that. And so every young person is constantly and always engaged. I walked through New Beginnings when we were, and I actually visited with the probation department, LA County Probation Department. I did not see one young person, except for when they were on break, being able to play video games or watch TV at a designated time. And if we really model it after that, there's no way that we can't be successful. But the key is to engage these credible messengers that are waiting on the sideline to come into the game.
Thank you. That is definitely one option.
So, Commissioner Meredith?
I just want to point out, I was at the April inspection down there, and there was a lack of programming. And I think the problem is if we have vendors or CBOs coming in that are not providing the programming, we need to look at going to another vendor outsourcing. And some of the facilities I've gone to, I'll go in there because there was no programming, and the youth are watching gangster movies or listening to rap music when they could be doing something more productive. Now, I don't think the public realizes that a lot of our people that we're supervising in custody facilities range from about 13 years old to 25 years old. We have a combination of adult and youth, not just quote unquote children. On the positive side, when I was down at Los Padrinos, there was a 14 or 15-year-old pregnant female who was obviously out of control. She wanted to fight everybody and anybody. And I was thinking, this is going to be a really delicate issue. How are they going to handle this? And the staff and the supervisors came over, and she wanted to take on staff. She wanted to take on other youth. And they were able to restrain her without anybody getting injured, get her to mental health, and get her also health services to be checked out. It was a very commendable job that they did under some very adverse circumstances. And I don't think we really recognize some of the really great work our people do. We focus on the negative side. So I just wanted to point that out. But programming was a problem down there.
Commissioner Lays, followed by Commissioner Canales.
So I also have visited Los Padrinos several times and have not ever once seen either papers showing that there was adequate programming, or when I did visits, there's always been less than, oh, and with interviews with kids. So I don't know how the BSCC could possibly have spoken to youth and been told that they receive an hour of programming a day, because I've, with the exception maybe of like Unit R and a few units with people there for a long time, I've never met a group of kids at Los Padrinos who say they've got an hour a day of programming offered to them. So I also wanted to point out a few other things about BSCC and these inspections that they really disappoint me in the BSCC. And that is, if you look to their mandate, it talks about both suitability as well as compliance. Now, it's a little unclear in many people's minds what's the difference, but it's clear that things like paperwork go to compliance, but suitability is something more. So when I spoke with youth in my last visit, one of the things that concerned me was that the youth who'd been there for several months all reported that they felt like the situation, the threat of youth violence has gotten worse, and that particularly it's taken on an increasingly racial characteristic. Right? The BSCC isn't looking at whether or not young people are scared of each other and whether or not violence is increasing. They're not looking at the amount of pepper spray that's happening and the level of violence that may be necessary by staff in order to reduce youth violence, right? These are things that they're not looking at, which is really disconcerting. So even if the BSCC is finding Los Padrinos to some degree compliant, although we're giving you examples that everybody has seen that they're incorrect when they say that programming is compliant, suitability is another thing that they're not even talking about. And I think that's unfortunate. That may not be something we, blame on our department. Our department's job is not to tell BSCC what to do, but I want to make sure the public does not think that the BSCC is doing what I would consider even an attempt at monitoring whether or not these facilities are suitable. Rather, they're looking only at, what I would describe as paper compliance. Another issue, for example, is we hear complaints about attorneys' wait time and how long that they're waiting to see youth, and stories about attorneys going to meet their clients and not having time to wait that long and having to leave, so their clients are not even getting access to their attorneys. So last visit, we went and looked and saw that the department is doing a great job of documenting when attorneys arrive at the chapel, which is where the meetings take place, and then when the youth come. The problem is that's not where the wait is happening. The wait is happening in the lobby of the facility, and there's no record keeping that shows that. So the department does seem to have done a good job of finding ways like this programming matrix to make it look as if everything is going fine, when in fact, if you dig a little deeper, we're finding that these are not necessarily tracking the problem, they're tracking only the successes. I would welcome the probation to respond if they think anything I just said was incorrect.
I certainly could, but I think that was more your informational to everyone. I didn't hear a question specifically for me, but I appreciate any information you offer. Thank you.
Commissioner Canales.
Thank you so much. Yes, I just want to go back to what you mentioned about the random video reviews. I'm speaking for myself as a commissioner. The only way that anything was brought to my attention was because of the videos that were leaked to the LA Times, showing incidents that occurred, one with the youth being assaulted with his leg, and then with the other one where all the probation stood around and allowed that one youth to just take on fight after fight after fight. And I'm sure many of you saw it too. And so it wasn't through a random video review from probation. It was from the LA Times. And that's how I found out about it. So I am interested in hearing more information on the random video reviews. And then I want to go back to the forward-thinking journals. And I'm so glad that all of you are in the room today, because I often mention things that are told to me by the youth inside. They love and admire and appreciate credible messengers so much. We need to lift that up, but then there's a lot of youth that also want to feel productive. They want to be doing something. They want to be active. When I see that guy back there, he's taken social media by storm. Like, we all know it. Like, nobody gets more clicks than him, right? Come on, let's be real, And he's such a cutie. Like, he just wins your heart. But, he's being productive. He's taking his little TikTok videos and he's doing something, and it's growing. It's getting bigger. Because he feels productive in that. He feels like he's doing something. And I've heard some of the youth say that's what they want to feel. Yes, it's absolutely, what are your triggers? But then after a while, so with the forward-thinking journals, like, can we move it a step further? Because even Commissioner Lewis acknowledged himself that these kids need activity too. When I go to Barry J and I go to Z and the kids are all excited, I'm told that Z's considered the worst of the worst, so nobody takes them pizza or nobody takes them sandwiches. They go to the other end. I said, well, believe this is why I'm going to bring everything to Z for the worst of the worst, because everyone deserves it. So I'm really glad that you're here today, because so many times, every meeting, we bring you all up. So seeing this representation, I hope we see more of it. It's amazing. And then hearing back from you what you envision going in as credible messengers, what you envision your time with the youth. Do you envision sitting there with a pen and a paper and a little book, or are you thinking even bigger than that? Because I want to support stuff like that 110%. Those kids need it, and they need you. Thank you.
I actually thought you were all here for me, but so I'm actually going to bring it back to a question. On the use of force, extrapolating the number of 22, it's about 90 a month. Have you seen if that's an increase or a decrease? Is it average for what we've been having on PIRs, or is it a little above, a little below, or are you seeing an improvement?
There has been an increase in youth violence. We are in a process now at Los Padrinos of developing a violence reduction plan. So yes, I've seen an increase in that. We are in the process of addressing that.
Do you know what percentage of these use of force incidents is resulting in staff being injured or officers?
I do not have any outcome data on that. We can do an assessment and probably come back with
Oh, I just
the best
just
information,
off the
but we
top,
don't
yeah, you weren't
a
asked to have
definite
that.
percentage on that.
So now the PIRs in our meetings, we learned that reviewing them, we were behind. How are we with these? Are we up?
We do, so for the month of May, we are finishing up the month of May. And I can get numbers on where we are, but I don't have it offhand for those.
Mr. Kakani?
Sorry, Commissioner Mundo or Chair Mundo, was your question about the backlog of reviewing the use of force?
Well, not the backlog, just on these, the current ones.
Current
If we're caught up with those, or are we falling behind there? So.
Is there still a backlog? And again, this is separate from, I guess this was more related to like that first group and like their review of use of force incidents. And I guess this is more related to kind of DOJ settlement compliance, but is there still a backlog? I think.
There is some backlog from the end of March, I believe, and some of April, but I can get that information.
It would actually be great, because I think, I can't remember when Ms. Donnell was here, but there was still some backlog. I know that you all had contracted with a law firm by the name of Harrell Control to kind of support in reviewing the use of force incidents and potentially making recommendations related to training. So it would be great to both hear where we're at with that backlog And also if there have been any recommendations around training or things that have been identified as concerns.
So I believe she was here in January.
Yeah.
So about 6 months out, so we can arrange something.
Okay.
Okay, on this, oh, Commissioner Terry?
I did want to speak to the public comment that came in. I don't know if this is not the right time to do it, but since Commissioner Lays brought it up as well, when people are saying that they're having like 2 hours plus wait times, can you share maybe like what would lead to such an excessive wait time? I know it's kind of a general question and you don't know the specifics of this incident, but when there are long wait times, is that where like deployed staff, maybe some with the medical restrictions can be used even to just help escort? Is that the issue?
Well, I know at the last POC meeting, it was brought up from representation from Loyola that had brought the issue forward for the wait times. So 2 things have happened since then. Commissioner Garcia Lays is absolutely correct. When we checked into it in-house, there were 2 things. I said, hey, what's going on with the wait times? We said, what's going on with the wait times? Absolutely correct. The time was being counted from the time people arrived at the chapel to receive their visit. So that is now being addressed. Also tracking wait times, and we will have a report out to the board on the attorney wait times. And it wasn't just attorneys, it was social workers and other people that were coming for support services. So we will have a better picture with that report out. But we are taking steps to address it because, to be honest, I had not been aware until it was mentioned and asked. And then I did see some additional information that the issue had been brought up even maybe a year before. I don't know the exact time frame, so don't quote me, but the issue had been raised before. So we're looking into it. We'll have the information in the report out, and we're taking steps to lessen those waits by putting something in place so that it's better streamlined.
Commissioner Lays?
Dr. Gunger, I hate to put you on the spot, but at the last inspection, we were going to ask, or we did ask staff to look into that. Have we made any progress with that? Or is there anything you can share about the lobby wait times for attorneys?
I don't believe I've heard anything back, but Wendy is here in the room. Maybe Wendy's heard something. Come on up, Wendy.
And like, sorry to put you on the spot. If the answer is we don't know yet, that's fine, but okay.
And commissioners, if we can focus on the subject at hand and maybe during new items, maybe agenda is something for the next meeting.
What is it?
The Board of Correction report and findings.
I did have the opportunity, based on Commissioner Garcia Lay's request at the inspection at Los Padrinos, to review the sign-in sheets and concur with what Deputy Chief Epps is saying, that previously, and what you said earlier, that previously the time was being marked from the time that the attorney arrived at the meeting place, but that has been corrected as of May 14th. So from May 14th to current, they are in fact timing not only how long you wait where the pods are, where you'd actually meet with your client, but also how long you wait from the time that you sign in the lobby until you're transferred. So as of May 14th, there is a very precise way of determining what the wait times are. I'll defer to Director Cotton and Chief Epps just to make sure you agree with that, but that's what we reviewed in our inspection.
I would note, I just asked, I said, who was there a request made to? And I understand that there was a request made of Director Patron to provide the information and update on the waits. I can say that that information wasn't conveyed to me. So my one request would be that even if someone's asked to do it, that we also notify administration, deputy director, chief deputy, superintendent, so that we have a way of knowing what was asked of any individual, a way to track it to make sure that the response is timely and that you get the information that you need. Because if I don't know about it, I can't hold anybody accountable or follow up that it's done.
I'll just clarify, though. I don't think we were asking for additional information. I think Wendy had got it during the course of the inspection. That was the director that was assisting us during that time. He provided the logs, and I think that there was walking away with the information that it was being tracked, because this was already after the 14th of May. We were there on the 30th.
So I guess we need the third part of our report out.
Thank you. So the other thing that we wanted to talk about was our plan for maintaining compliance. I know there have been some questions. I will say how we got to compliance. We were given the 60 days when we were found unsuitable. We actually worked really hard to come into compliance on the books, if you will, internally within 45 days. There were 3 meetings held weekly. The meetings went anywhere from 1 hour to 4 hours, sometimes 5. What is the issue? What is the regulation violation or non-compliance? What does the policy say? Because you look at the regulation when there's an inspection, and they also look at the internal policy to make sure that those line up with the regulation. Making the necessary changes to bring the regulations to be standardized. There were sometimes 2 or 3 different policies. Cleaning up those policies, that the request was consistent across the department, and identifying proof of practice for each of those areas of noncompliance. How are we going to prove that we're doing what we're saying that we're doing and what we're required to do under Title 15? So working on those things and then being ready for that targeted inspection. So now maintaining compliance. Developing a comprehensive plan for long-term sustainability will include maintaining our BSCC compliance team internally. Instead of meeting 3 times a week, we meet twice weekly. Sometimes those meetings are an hour. Sometimes, like I said, they're 3, still ongoing. We focus on immediate sustainability issues and results of ongoing BSCC visits and internal spot audits through compliance and quality assurance. Drill down on all of the regulations coming up to our comprehensive inspection using the exact same process. So every Monday we meet, it kind of rotates, take a look at all of the areas that we recently came into compliance with. Is the proof of practice working? Does there need to be any changes? What are the outcomes from the compliance or quality control reports? And then on Thursdays when we meet, it's Wednesdays, on Wednesdays when we meet, taking a look comprehensively at all of the other Title 15 regulations. Same standard. What does the regulation require of us? What are we doing internally? What do our policies say? Bringing those policies into alignment so that they're consistent across the department. So we have a separate sub-work group that's taking all of those policies and laying them against Title 15, what's required. And again, going through all of the policies related to Title 15 to see what is our proof of practice to prove that we're doing what's required and to show that we're doing what we say we're going to do. In addition to that, staff training. Where do we need to train staff? Can those be pocket trainings where we're coming to the units to do hands-on training to explain processes? Is that a broader training that needs to be provided through our training unit? Several hours? Do we need to comprehensively go to new ways of doing something? Do we need to bring in new programs? Do we need to look at adding some type of technology and continuing our independent audits to confirm all directives have been implemented? Working to satisfy the requirements of our monthly announced inspections and unannounced inspections and ongoing BSCC technical assistance. The next page that you'll see is a 10-year trend of Title 15 noncompliance and frequency. So we ask our data unit, data division rather, under Director Akopian to take a look at the request was in the past 10 years, where have we been out of compliance with BSCC regulation? And as you can see, we put those into 3 priorities groups. Priority 1 is where we have been most out of compliance over the last 10 years. Priority 2 is moderate risk of being out of compliance. And priority 3. So this guides how we're looking at those policies to do everything that I just mentioned and how we're doing our internal compliance audits as we move towards preparing for the comprehensive inspection. So doing some data-driven decision-making and looking at that. Moving forward, the creation of an LP advisory council to participate in identifying solutions. I will say when you have the necessary programs in place and there's consistency and there's a robust model that looks at age-specific programming, what I'm finding at Los Padrinos is we have a one-size-fits-all way of identifying and bringing programs into the facility. At any given time, we've had at least 5 people that are 13. Add to that 6 people that are 14, and at least 2 people right now that are 12. That's an age grouping that, based on some of the programs that we provide right now, really can't engage in those programs effectively because they're not age specific. The other thing is broadening to evidence-based best practicing or promising programs and local, what you call local resource programs. Just because something is not evidence-based or nationally recognized as best practice or promising, on a local level, when you have community providers, community engagers, if you will, like our credible messengers, you may say, well, this isn't something that works here. Models of credible messaging work. But what if there's a local resource model because I'm from that community, I'm from that neighborhood? Some good examples of this, if you look at a study that was done, a woman that provides latching for lactation in a church, and everybody says, well, if you go here, you will get helped with this because you'll learn how to do it and it'll be appropriate. People say, well, we don't really know that it works, but it works for the community that I live in, that I know, and that I serve. So how do we take local resource programs such as our credible messengers, attach them to what our credible messengers do, and bring them in and to help them identify ways of showing that this works with appropriate measures, helping them to develop the measures, help them to develop ways of doing outcome reporting. So again, looking at evidence-based programs that are age-specific. I would also say culturally competent, best practice, promising programs, and local resource programs that work in our community, but they're not on a national stage, but they work for what we do with our young people in their communities, and identifying those stakeholders and bringing them in. And we hope that when we implement the LP advisory group, that that's a beginning. Every facilities, our camps will eventually have that, but this will be piloted at LP. I believe the recruitment flyer should be going up on our social media platforms today, if I'm not mistaken. Reinventing and transforming the LP culture, restructuring our LP organizational design. I talked a few months ago about, I didn't even know we had this word, the CARE model here. That's just a word that I use. Assigning caseload counselors. This is not a licensed counselor, but when staff are on the units, who is this kid assigned to? I have found in all the times that I visit LP, and I've spent time there, I don't spend as much time since February, since everything that happened with BSCC and working on compliance. But I found when I walked around units and I sat and talked with kids, who's responsible for this kid? Who's your counselor on this unit? Who do I go to if my shoe's busted and I need a new shoe? Who follows up with me to say, hey, I heard you had a bad day. You lost points here. Hey, what was that fight about? What was this about? Actually incorporating a model where you have an assigned person on the unit, take care of those things. When we're cared about and there's a consistent resource on a unit that I can rely on in that moment in time, we get better outcomes in how staff engage with youth and how youth are differently able to engage with staff. So changing our model. Clearly defining expectations for all staff at all levels. I think we've gone a long time at LP without clearly defining what the expectations are and helping and encouraging our staff that also do the work to have input on that. So we'll be rolling out a process where there'll be some team building and what is your input? We know we're here, but what have you seen in how we got here? Some of our people are practitioners of this work. They do the work every day. And I know there's a lot of things in the press, but there's a lot of people that show up on time and they're deeply invested in this work. What do you see as another tool or strategy to fix it? So looking at that as we build the expectations, clearly defining roles and responsibility for leadership at the facility, from the superintendent to the assistant superintendents, to our directors, assistant directors, our supervisors, on down the line. What is your specific role? What are you responsible for? And how will you be held accountable when there are these system failures? We have to be very clear on what the expectations are to hold people accountable when there is a system failure. Standardized training for detention services staff that brings them into the industry standard of understanding how your role translates to what you do. Understanding what the law says, understanding the techniques that you're using, understanding trauma-informed care, understanding the brain science, understanding in that pocket of being on a unit within a facility. There is a case management piece to that. What does it look like and how do you incorporate it every day into what you're doing? Additionally, doing co-join trainings with our credible messengers. I know I met myself and Chief Deputy Williams met with ARC. We've been meeting with a number of providers. But one thing we talked about is how do you build, in essence, a team that wraps around youth? How do they work together? How can we train some of these people together to have an understanding of this is our program to sign in this facility? How do we incorporate it and how do we make it work? We will not always agree on everything, but where do we get to a place where we're providing a service that has effective outcomes? And lastly, I would say consistent enforcement of expectations and standards. It doesn't help if you state expectations. It doesn't help if you state standards. If you don't have a way that you are going to now look at them being met internally, listen to people that are externally looking at you and assessing. I read all of the reports, the inspection reports from POC. I read everything from OIG. And how do those inform what we need to do, what we need to change, and how we need to look at things? So that's our final say on that. That's our plan going forward. We're looking forward as the months roll out and reporting back.
We'll report out on the staffing.
I have that report. Just making sure this is the same one. And I believe this one was from adult.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. It's our turn to talk now, right?
She was gonna finish her report
I
out.
thought you were doing the pause like you were in the other one.
I can pause and take any questions.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm just going over everything that you were saying about utilizing the credible messengers, about community engagement, about training. And it brought me back to Mother's Day when I actually accompanied ARC, and I can't remember the name of the other organization, a women's group, I believe, that they were with. And there were several incidents that day, right? But the staff, the supervisor came out and was explaining that they de-escalated the different, and it was more than one, they de-escalated as soon as possible to get the visiting process going smoothly. And of course the moms were sitting out there, and even with everything, with the bags and everything, some still, you could just see that they were tired. And it brought me to utilizing the credible messengers and the community engagement. And, I understand that it's definitely about the youth inside, but sometimes the family members just need to be able to have a one-on-one with somebody that made it, just to give them hope to make it through one more day. As they're crying themselves to sleep at night, wondering if their child will ever get out, that they'll know that somebody else's did, right? And I could see how that would be so effective in having maybe a community engagement with the family and the youth inside. And, so that's just a vision that I have. And I think that it would be productive because I saw on Mother's Day how everybody was working together, probation, the family, the ARC members that were there, in making it a day that would at least make it a little bit different, right? So why just on Mother's Day? And so that's it. I didn't have a question. It was more going back to things that you were saying that brought me back to that. And so thank you.
And that was the Hangout Do Good group, and it's a very good group out there that I meet with regularly. Commissioner Lewis?
You just, Commissioner Canales just made me remember something. And I had said that I would mention this. So on Mother's Day at Barry J, the first time in a long time, I've seen this years ago when I was a youngster side. They had a Mother's Day event in the visiting room where mothers were able to come in and sit with their children and have a meal, and there was music, and they were able to take pictures. And all of the youngsters together were in the visiting room whose moms came. And for the public that's listening outside, there are a couple of you, please call in and mention this, because one of the moms said, this is the first time that I've been able to sit across from my son in 18 months and have a meal. And thank staff. Now, I always say I'm gonna try to give you, I'm fair, so I'm gonna give you kudos when you do something right, but if you do something wrong, I'm gonna speak up on that too. This was an event, and our credible messengers supported and assisted, but this was an event that really showed what's possible if everybody works together. It really showed moms that came in and were able to like really enjoy time. And the food was good too, just so you know, some really, really good food. But for these young people, it cuts across all of the gang stuff, everything that we're fighting to change, for them to be able to sit with their mom and see other kids with their mom and realize we're not that much different. And so I just want to give a shout out on that, but we need more of it. And more of it means that, not trying to knock anybody, but staff that's out there that's not showing up, show up. And we need more credible messengers, because this was made possible through a collective effort. It wasn't just one group, wasn't just probation, it was a collective effort. And it was led by Director Newell, who I butt heads with all the time. But I saw with my own two eyes an event that touched my heart and made me just like, wow, like understand what's possible if we really put our heads together and our hearts together and work together. I wish we could have took pictures, but you can't take phones in, but it was amazing.
Please.
So this is a report, probation leave data update covering the time period from January through May 2024. Department staffing data, all positions included. We have, department has 5,545 budgeted full-time positions. We have 4,129 active employees, 1,429 full-time vacancies. So if you know anybody that needs a job, please. Institution staffing data, LP has 733 full-time budgeted positions. And we have 541 active employees and 192 full-time vacancies. At Secure Youth Treatment, Mary J., we have 305 budgeted positions, 250 active employees, and 55 full-time vacancies. The number of staff on continuous leave of absence department-wide for the month of January 2024 was 398. In February, it was 336. In March, 335. In April, 486. In May, 581. And in June, 630. The number of staff approved for intermittent leave department-wide, occasional leaves. January, 797. February, 744. March, 740. April, 760. May, 744. And June, 732. The number of staff on continuous leave. And according to work location. Now, I want to clarify something. One of the work locations listed is Central Juvenile Hall. That facility is closed, but the scale back to finish completion of closing that facility is in progress. So that you'll see a slight number of staff listed there. So the number of staff on continuous leave in institutions, Central Juvenile Hall, January 2024, 17, in February 17, in March 15, in April 16, in May 17, and in June 17. At Barry J. Nydorf, the number of staff on continuous leave is 30 for the month of January 2024, for February 22, for March 26, for April 25, for May 20, for June 25, And when you look at LP, the numbers go up significantly. For the number of staff on continuous leave for LP was 145 during the month of January, 114 in February, 117 in March. In April, it's 146. In May, 151. And in June, 165. The number of staff with approved intermittent leaves in juvenile halls or our facilities. For Central, in January 2024 was 15. In February, it was 15. In March, it was 14. In April, it was 14. In May, it was 11. In June, it was 10. At Berry J, it was 74 in January, 64 in February, and in March, it was 74. April, 71. May, 69. And in June, 72. When you look at the same numbers for LP, it was 139 in January, 116 in February, 111 in March, 111 in April, 102 in May, and 109 in June. Our current disability records show that as of May 31st, 2024, department-wide, probation has 383 employees on temporary light duty assignment, 91 employees with permanent work restrictions that are incompatible with their current position, pending the reassignment process. In our facilities, Los Padrinos has 83 sworn employees on temporary modified light duty assignment. Central Juvenile Hall has 3 sworn employees on temporary modified light duty assignment. And Berry J has 21 sworn employees on temporary modified light duty assignment. When you look at the number of call-outs in January 2023, using the information compiled from our call-out system, the call-out system is specific to juvenile institutions. However, field staff who are deployed into the facilities are required to use this same system for scheduled deployed staff. Call-outs at Berry J. Nidorf between January 2024 and May 2024 as follows. In January, during the morning shifts, the average was 126 call-outs for assigned staff, 236 call-outs for deployed staff. And for the PM shift, it was 73 call-outs for assigned staff and 156 average call-outs for deployed staff. During night shift, or what we call EM shift, early morning shift, it was 108 staff assigned to the facility and 64 staff deployed. The total number of call-outs, 307 for assigned staff and 456 for deployed staff. The same year, in the month of February, for the same time frame, assigned staff, 107 call-outs in the mornings, on average, 268 on average for deployed staff. During PM shift, there were an average of 55 call-outs for assigned staff and 178 call-outs for deployed staff. During the EM shift or night shift, there were an average of 97 call-outs for assigned staff and 77 call-outs for deployed staff. The total number, 523 call-outs when you consider deployed and assigned. In the interest of time, I'll give you guys the total number. But for the month of March, there were an average of 266 total call-outs between assigned and deployed staff at Berry J. And for the month of April, there was a total of 317 for assigned staff and 64 for deployed staff on average call-out between all of the shifts. For May, there was an average of 312 call-outs for assigned staff and 70 call-outs for deployed staff. When you take a look for those same numbers at LP, and I'll read the same months of January and March, and then go into the overall number beginning with March. For Los Padrinos, the same time frame, January 2024 to May 2020. For the month of January, for assigned staff during the morning shift, there were an average of 439 call-outs. For PM shift, there were an average of 530 call-outs. And evening shift, there were an average of 295 call-outs. The total number being 1,264 staff calling out. And that's assigned staff. For deployed staff in the morning shift, there were an average of 352 call-outs. For PM shift, there were an average of 317 call-outs. For night shift, there was an average of 255 call-outs, for an overall total of 924 staff call-outs for deployed staff. During the month of February, in the morning shift, there were an average of 370 call-outs for assigned staff. During the evening shift, PM, there were an average of 458 call-outs for assigned staff. And during the evening shift, the PM shift, early morning shift as we call it, there were an average of 307 call-outs for assigned, for a total of 1,135 call-outs. For deployed staff in the mornings, there was an average of 341 call-outs. During the evening PM shift, there were an average of 283 call-outs. During night shift, there were 256 average staff calling out, for a total of 808. Totals for the month of March, an average across all shifts of 654 staff called out. For April, an average of 347 staff called out. For May 2024, an average of 250 called out. In our attendance report, there was a question on what's the corrective action that's being done. In May 2022, working with the County Department of Human Resources, the department implemented a proactive approach to addressing issues of absenteeism by assigning performance management and internal affairs to staff to monitor the systemic absenteeism issue within the institutions and make recommendations or to assist to impose the necessary corrective. This is a total of those actions completed as of June 1st, 2024. For the month of February, beginning in February 2022, there have been 34 formal actions. When you go into May 2022, there have been 4 formal actions. In June 2022, 14. July 2022, there had been 2 informal actions, 27 informal actions at Barry J. The first one was overall departments. There had been 27 informal actions, 4 formal actions. At Central Juvenile Hall, there had been 47 informal actions and 13 formal actions for July 2020. In August 2022, department-wide, there had been 2 informal actions and 1 formal action. At Barry J, there had been 47 informal actions and 3 formal actions. At Central Juvenile Hall, there had been 42 informal actions and 5 formal actions. In September 2022, there had been 10 formal actions. At Barry J, there had been 22 formal actions, 7 informal actions. At Central Juvenile Hall, there had been none. October, there had been 8 department-wide formal actions with no report in the other areas, numbers. November, there had been 4 overall department informal actions. At Barry J, there had been 27 informal actions, and 2 formal actions. At Central Juvenile Hall, there had been 36 formal actions and 13 informal actions and 13 formal. December, there had been 10 overall department informal actions with no reports in the other area. January 23,
Really? So I'm thinking we have to move.
You made a run for it.
Can everybody make an orderly exit slowly out the doors, please?
Right.
I went around. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me go, Wendy. I have a folder for you right here. No, I'm fine. I'll go sit in the back.
email, but I didn't see it. I was like, what, you guys want me to continue going all the way down? You want me?
Okay, because of our interruption, we are going to go ahead and use this time as our break. It's 11:04 now. If we can all be back in our seats by 11:15.
When you,
Lots of
Yeah.
gray
not
area.
all-
Commissioners, we are about ready to resume.
That's a roller case. Okay. Yeah. But thank you for.
Okay, Deputy Chief. Chief Deputy. We'll resume.
Thank you, everyone. We knew the numbers were not stellar. We didn't know they could clear out a room like that. In the interest of time, I'm just going to give you the summary for the attendance. So for the corrective actions, totally taken department-wide is 175. At Barry J, the number of total corrective actions taken since 2022 and the prior number is 195. At Central, it's 255, Central Juvenile Hall. The probation impact team is 384 total actions taken. And other bureaus, the total of actions, and that's between informal and formal actions, is 134 for a grand total of 1,143 actions taken for attendance since 2022.
Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for your grace in allowing me to attend my son's graduation this morning. And I'd also like to express my congratulations to all of the young people who will be celebrating their graduations this afternoon from the probation and DCFS world. A round of applause is totally appropriate. And also a huge congratulations to those college graduates from probation earlier this week. Graduation season is a beautiful season. So I want to thank, I'm going to thank the department for sending this report early. Ms. Carlisle, who's not here today, was able, because we got it early and were able to review it, to answer a couple of questions that were brought up in advance. And I am just going to share the answer to that in case any of you have the same question that I had. So on the page, and all of this is linked to the agenda, that's called JH, Juvenile Hall, JH call-out system data. It has 2 boxes of call-outs for Barry J and Los Padrinos, and then lists the months from January through May. My question here was about what the categories actually meant. And the explanation, so you'll see it says the month and then the type of staff. And then it's broken down into the 3 shifts. So at each of those facilities, there are 3 shifts. There's an AM shift, a PM shift, and a night shift. There are more staff on the AM shift and the PM shift than there are on the night staff. It's almost double, actually. And so what you have here is assigned and deployed. That does not mean in these boxes the number of staff. It means the number of callouts. If you look right at the very top corner for Barry J, January 2024, of the assigned staff, there were a total of 126 call-outs for the month of January. For the deployed staff, there were a total of 236 call-outs for the month of January. The average, then in the next column, is the average per day. So if you take 126 and divide it by the 31 days of January, you get the average per day number of call-outs. So I just wanted to explain that in that chart because some of us didn't understand it. And I'm happy to talk further with anyone after the meeting about our understanding of how these numbers, what they mean for calculating averages.
Okay, commissioners, do we have any questions or comments?
Others?
Okay, Commissioner Kakani.
Let's start with Commissioner.
Commissioner Carrillo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. You know, it's been months now, but I floated a question to you, Chief Epps, about what's the money that's being, maybe I'll call it wasted, taxpayers' money that's being wasted when folks who are hired by the county don't come to work and potentially are still getting paid. I know maybe the word waste might be the wrong word, but as I'm seeing everyone in the room who are busy working and paying their taxes and doing what is appropriate just to be a good citizen and to contribute to society, I think about maybe waste actually probably being the right word, for resources, for time, for interruption of these programs that we would love to ramp up. Is there, I wouldn't, maybe shouldn't be asking for a ballpark figure, but can there be maybe a section here, a tallied section about salaries that are going to folks who are not earning the money that they're receiving?
We can ask Human Resources. I don't know the figure, but of course, California's a right to work state, and people have certain protections under the labor codes. If we're injured, we certainly have the right, the opportunity to get well, to be off as needed when we do so, but we can certainly ask Human Resources for that information. I don't know if they track it. I'm sure they do some type of way.
And I think just for clarification, I mean, you're correct. I mean, I'm not singling out folks who are on official leave or have been approved to, stay home or for a number of reasons. But for those folks who are on the county's payroll and are just refusing to come to work for a number of reasons. I know this has been a long, ongoing conversation. But I think if we look at the numbers, it'll give us another indication about how we should be thinking about this moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Commissioner Terry.
Can you share, so for example, if there's 17 people, let's say at LP, who call out in the morning, how does that affect the operations for the morning? So to kind of understand the context of the numbers, or in the afternoon, if 17 people call out, what does that mean? What impact does that have on the facility?
Well, I could tell you firsthand, so the executive team, different times, different reasons is at the facility, but over the Memorial Day weekend, the executive team, including the chief, everybody worked a shift. Everybody worked 2 shifts to specifically look at check-ins, to look at how the schedule's reconciled and other things in the facility. So I can tell you that for probably up to 2 hours before, as people are calling off, people are plugging it in. So sometimes you are holding people over to fill those shifts. You are attempting to call people in to fill those shifts as those changes are made. Sometimes because you have regular staff, there may be higher needs on certain units, certain levels of units. So staff that are regularly assigned to units are maybe shifted to other places. There's the impact, I would say, to just the normal routines of the facility, number one. There are people that may not have been expecting to be held over to work an additional shift that are held over to fill in that void, doing now a 16-hour shift. Some people do a partial shift because they're waiting for somebody else to be called in to relieve them. You're calling people sometimes from home, hey, can you take this shift? Hence, waiting to be replaced. So it just kind of throws that off. When you look at staff working to do that, you're pulling staff, aside from our one-to-one, our supervision ratios, there's additional staff in the facility in what we call ancillary posts. Those are facility support posts, movement, other activities that need to be supported to help the facility run. So you're looking at your ancillary posts, you're pulling people off from those ancillary posts. Perhaps that impacts people that come in for appointments and now have to be escorted for appointment. Perhaps that impacts plans that you had for the day. Do you have to move something back Are there delays depending on when you can get people into the facility? So if any of those call-offs, unanticipated leave that you planned for, throw the schedule off. They throw the facility off because you're shifting staff. You're filling shifts, as I said, with holdovers, voluntary overtime. You're calling people in that may not have expected to come in. So there's a broad ripple, if you will, outside the facility for coming in, inside the facility, and the normal routines of the facility.
Let me just ask a follow-up question on that. On the staff that you're calling in to come and cover, do they have the option to say no?
Yes, they do.
Mr. Kakani?
Thank you. So just following up on Commissioner Carrillo's request, just +1ing the request for +1ing, I know that's not a verb, supporting the request for really like the money that we're spending on overtime, whether or not these are like legitimate call-outs. I'm sure many of them are. I'm sure some folks probably don't want to come in for fear of being held over and having other obligations, but it would be great to get the dollar amount that we've spent on overtime. And I'm not sure if the county is still, if overtime is still I know there was a period when the incentive was, if you work overtime, we're going to pay you an extra, like 100% of your salary or 100% of your rate. And then if you show up to your shift, it was an extra 20%. So if there could be also like what the overtime rate is, I'm not sure if it's standard or what the percentage is, but also what the amount is. That would be wildly helpful. And in relationship to Commissioner Terry's question, it's hard to know what this means, right? So if 14.2 folks on average were out in January for the AM shift, like how many folks do you need to run the facility for the AM shift? And so what does it mean? You know what I'm saying? Like it would be nice to know what that 14.2 is out of or what that 439 is out of so that we can understand the implications of, for example, on average, 40 people falling out in January. That could be provided. And then can you explain the difference between I feel like I've asked Ms. Carlisle this like every time she's here, the difference between continuous versus intermittent leave?
But I understand, now, I'm not an expert in this area, but I'm going to take a stab at it. Your continuous leave, you are off and there is no anticipated end date. Still possibly doing appointments or whatever it is. So I'm continuously off. Intermittent, I am off for this period of time, have anticipated.
Okay.
But it's based on whatever reports or updates related to what type of leave you're. But we can get, when she's back, she can clarify.
So I see that you have, for example, 541 active employees at LP. And then you have 165 folks on continuous leave. So is that 165 folks on continuous leave out of the 541 active employees?
Yes.
Okay, so then we're down to 376. And then you have 109 who are on intermittent leave. So is that 109 out of the remaining 376?
Yes.
Okay, so you have basically 267 people to pull from to show up at LP.
Yes.
And that's for AM, PM, and GSNs, or
Yes.
the night shift.
Depending on how the staff are allocated, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think it would be really helpful then to understand how many folks you actually need to run.
Well, you're,
We have that has been provided. I think it was 3 months ago or so, right? That we can, Janae, I'm actually going to see if you can pull it and attach it to the agenda. It was the BSCC report that you provided to us that listed the goal
you're talking about the
staffing
staffing
rate.
analysis.
Yes, the
but it
staffing
changes
analysis.
based on population.
Right.
Changes based on population, but it would be an average. I mean, for the time that we saw it.
Yes, and it has the replacement factor. It had the.
I guess so the part that gets confusing to me a little bit is like you have the staff that are on the units, right? And then you have, as you said, the ancillary staff.
Mhm.
And then you have, I don't know, I guess that also includes like the folks who are standing around the school to make sure that like school is running safely and who maybe aren't.
That's your
second-
ancillary people.
Those are okay. So also like if they're, I don't know if I don't remember it being broken down that way, but I don't know if there's some way to like, again, help us understand what it means that 40 folks are calling out every day, if that's ancillary staff, if that's unit staff, if there's a way to break that down, if that's, you know what I'm saying?
I do. I don't think we have a formal outcome report that says, hey, we had this number of call outs, a formal report that comes out, and these people called off from direct supervision, or these people called out from ancillary. I'm sure there's a way we can identify it the way that it's moved, but we can look at what we have and get something.
Yeah.
May take a little time.
Commissioner Lays.
Wait, sorry, just one last question, sorry. I'm noticing that from like January of 2024 to May of 2024, there's really no difference. I guess you went from 40.8 on average in terms of folks calling out at LP to 38.7. So I don't know. The way I'm reading this, it feels like the problem has not improved. Would you, if the same number of folks who are assigned to the facility are still calling out, would you say that's not the case? That is the, I mean, I get that you're meeting compliance because now you've deployed folks and it seems like fewer deployed folks are calling out. But in terms of the folks that are assigned, you still have the same number of folks who are calling out. So is.
One thing I would say is that, so during that Memorial Day weekend, right, we're there, we're observing. So not just me, but everyone's question. So the no shows, no calls, call outs. So if you're not entered into the system the right way, so say I had leave approved from 6 a.m. to noon, but someone forgot to say, hey, Epps is on leave and didn't put it in the system, I am going to show as a no show, no call, or if you didn't put it in the system and I called out and said, hey, I can't make it until 12, it depends on the shift. It may show the whole shift. So I'm not sure if it counts the whole shift, because that was a question, but the way that things go into the system and the way that they're reconciled can impact the numbers. I have seen, because we get something every day, the facility report that lists call outs, that list everything. And I have observed in that email, the call outs seem to be less.
Commissioner
Garcia Lays.
Thank you. So I think it'd be premature to make a motion, but maybe, Chair, you could look into putting in a future agenda item, an opportunity for us to discuss maybe a wish list or something like that for more metrics to be added to our data dashboard. And the reason I say that is we have a lot of data here, but it's left us with more questions than answers. But I think if we were to take this data and the data like the daily population and the data like the number of staff that are needed to make and combine all of that into some metrics that we design as a POC and track, we would be leaving these discussions with more answers than questions. So I think it's really got to be to some degree incumbent on us as a commission to figure out exactly what metrics we want to track and then do that as much as possible. I understand where the POC is having staffing issues of our own, so that may not be something we can do right away, but I would like us as a commission to consider whether or not we have the capacity or when we would have the capacity to turn these texts or these tables into meaningful line graphs over time that answer our questions. Thanks.
Thank you. And, the leadership team will meet on Monday. And if you can just share something that you kind of start thinking about that we can all work on. Any other comments or questions? So, I look at data all the time, not as a conclusion, but as a start of a discussion. And I'm out and about. This is a 45-hour job for me. A week, a month, a week. And I hear a lot of comments regarding this. And one of them is staff are afraid. It's a tough job, so maybe that's part of it. But also, if you were working in the public sector, you wouldn't be out. Fair assessment. But what people fail to see is that this is a very different job. And there are very few jobs where you're held over or required to change your life daily. Yeah, sure, maybe some of these staff are not coming because they're just not buying in and they're not team players. But the staff that I hear from share different stories. They do come to work 90% of the time, but when they have a doctor appointment on Wednesday at 4 o'clock that they had scheduled because their shift is 6 to 2, or they have to take their kids somewhere, they have a choice to make. If they go to work, there's an increased chance, unlike any other profession, that they are going to be held over and they're left scrambling. The matrix should include some real narratives of why people are missing. You know, you have 4.1 average. Let's say one of those persons or one of those probation officers is calling out, not because they don't feel like going to work, not because they're undermining the effort, not because they don't care, but because they're afraid that they can't get back. That's a 25% drop if that staff had assurance that they weren't going to be held over. So I just want us to have some grace when we look at these numbers and not just let the shock factor lead us to conclusions. I was part of the inspection team on Monday, and I met a lot of deployed staff who were ending their deployment, and they had no ill will. They had formed some relationships with kids and told me they're going to miss them. They had formed relationships with DSOs and all the people in the hall, and none of them that I met have been in the hall within the last 20 years. So let's just take that into account when we're looking at these numbers and kind of just, thinking about that. They're just not coming. There are reasons that they're not coming. And so with that, Wendy, do we have any written or live public comments for this item?
There was some written public comment that is attached to the agenda, and you're welcome to review that. If you'd like to submit written public comment, you can do so at info@poc.lacounty.gov. It has been shared with the commissioners. And we'll start with public comment in the room. And then also, if you'd like to make public comment virtually, you have to be on WebEx, and you're going to use the little raise your hand feature or dial *6 on your phone. Okay. Yeah.
And remember, this was a 3-part section, so feel free to talk about any of the 3.
Thank you. Lena Mallet with the Children's Defense Fund and Layup. Grateful for the commissioners who I think did a good job of grounding us and remembering that the BSCC and their inspections and the process should not be the metric for how we're calculating safety for our young people. And really, I wasn't sure if I was going to say anything, but it feels important to note that like this space today doesn't feel particularly inspiring for folks to engage. A lot of the conversations have felt deeply inaccessible. And I know the attachments are on the agenda, but I think it would be helpful to have printouts in person for folks to go along with while these conversations are being had. Having numbers read to you for 5 minutes, I saw commissioners up front yawning. I could feel people in the room with their eyes getting heavy. And I think it's hard to have any meaningful conversation around what is really happening inside and what young people need and how the department is aiming to make those amends. So just hoping
dialogue that feels generative and honest, because I'm not feeling that today. But grateful for folks who shared and pushed and asked important questions.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Tyreek Ship. I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm really up here just to say, like, look around the room. We got a bunch of credible messengers, probably 20 plus, who really want to get to the root cause and focus on youth development and really bring these youth up. And I know that, like, they hear and they go through all these trainings and they go through all these things to try to help these youth, and we need to use them. I mean, if we can't get staff in there, if we can't get staff to come to work, if we can't get them to do what we need them to do, we do have credible messengers who are willing to do that work. And I'm not saying that we need to replace any system or any of that, but we do have people who are willing to do the work and who go through the trainings. They go through weekly trainings sometimes, and on a quarterly basis. They really working hard to help these youth. And I think there needs to be a focus on the youth and not the technicals of it or the staffing and all these other things, but the youth, like really figuring out how we can help the youth. So I would say just stay around for general public comment, because we're going to hear from these credible messengers. I would hope that you all can stay for that so y'all can hear directly from them. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry.
Hi, Tanya Ibanez from Hangout and Do Good. I just wanted to briefly discuss the staffing issue. It continues to concern me as a citizen. And I understand how difficult it is to rein this in, having worked for the Department of Justice for over 27 years and being in management myself. But one of the things that I think that probation department should consider is, even though it might be difficult to negotiate with the unions on changing sick leave and the ability to take sick leave and to be out, one of the things that you may want to consider is promotion, and strongly looking and very carefully looking at attendance. And if staff is routinely out, that should be a significant factor on whether or not they should be promoted. That is something where you have some bargaining chips so that you are promoting the people that are staying over and taking on those extra shifts, and you're preventing burnout for your staff. The staff that does show up should be promoted. The staff that is routinely out should not be promoted. Just also wanted to inquire whether or not there's been any progress in written procedures. As I recall, there were policies, but I'm not so sure that the Department of Probation has been able to put forward written procedures on staff issues, such as how to deal with aggression, excessive force, fights amongst the youth. So I'm hoping that there's been some movement since our last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Frankie Lozano. I'm a credible messenger for the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm here to speak on the importance of the credible messengers and the work we do inside the juvenile halls.
Actually, we're on the item of the inspection of the BLC and the staffing, not on what you guys do. Yes.
Talked about programming and the lack of programming and not having enough programming. We addressed the inspection from the BSCC, or the spot inspections, which talked about programming and a lack of programming, such as in Los Padrinos. And I think this is part of it in terms of, like we've said, some of the commissioners up here have said that we don't have enough programming, that we're meeting the bare minimum. And I think this is a large portion of the people that provide that programming. If that's not part of the BSCC inspection, then I guess we'll have to wait till general comment. But I was under the impression that if we don't have enough programming, like literally, I was asked a question here. If there were not, we were discussing, if probation staff call out, could they call credible messengers in? I was like, no, we can't do that. But they would answer that call if they were called in. But my point, more specifically, the point of order is, if we're looking at the BSCC inspection, and one of the things that we're saying is that the programming is not meeting adequate needs? Is this something that should be addressed now or in general comment?
I just want to say I agree, and that's why I also, on my topic, discussed programming, because I thought it was incorporated in the BSCC report, and why it's so important, and where it fell short, and where they were trying to increase from my understanding of the BSCC report. That's why my comments were directed the way they were, not just because I felt like giving them shouts out.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. At the age of 19, I was incarcerated. I would like to speak on how, I would like to state how critical and important to allow me and my colleagues behind me as credible messengers allow us to work with these youth. We are the best people to be around them. I was hired in February 2024 to work with these youth, which at this moment I cannot due to my clearance. I'm asking the POC to advocate for us as well as my colleagues, to the probation department to clear me and my colleagues for the job that we were hired to do. So we could go back in there and run curriculum, as you said, to bring more groups to advocate as well as to help these youth. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Serafin Leon. I am a credible messenger supervisor for the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. And as a formerly incarcerated juvenile that went through the system without guidance from credible messengers, I happen to know the impact that credible messengers have on our incarcerated youth. The culture inside SYTF has changed, it's shifted towards a positive trend. The violence has dramatically decreased, and I attribute that largely in part to credible messengers, not entirely on credible messengers. It's been a collaborative effort. However, there's a problem. The population in SYTS, particularly in Barry J. Nydorf, has increased. The numbers of credible messengers hasn't. And so we need more credible messengers to enter the facility and assist us, those of us that are already working with the youth. So we ask the commission to please advocate for a speedier process in clearing the credible messengers that are waiting to go inside and do what they were paid or hired to do, and that is to work with the youth and help them rehabilitate themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you in person, Serafin. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Bert Cole, credible messenger mentor for the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I've been in this position for well over a year now, providing service and support for the youth in SYTF facilities. And I stand here before you today to voice my personal opinion or my public opinion and my concern with regards to the probation department's clearance process. Because it's been today's clearance process has, in my opinion, been a burden and a barrier to progress. For example, I have several colleagues who are awaiting clearance right now, and it's been quite a while. They've been waiting for months. They've been waiting for months to be cleared and to be of service. And what I would like to establish is that I'm sure that security is at the forefront. It is paramount. I get that, I understand that. But we need to strive for some balance. And what I mean by that is that the clearance process should be, it should be paramount, like I said, and it should be established with regards to, I'm sorry, let me stop. The clearance process in my opinion, has delayed progress in what we do inside the facilities in terms of helping the youth. And I have several colleagues who have been waiting to be cleared, and they haven't been. And so what I'm asking for is for you all to help us out to get these clearances cleared on a much faster basis, so that we can do what we're doing and work side by side with probation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Javier Leon. I am a credible messenger / mentor with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I have been facilitating self-help groups, mentoring, and providing rehabilitative programs to the youth at Barry J. Nardo and Camp Kilpatrick for the past 10 months. In the past 10 months, I have personally seen growth, patience, maturity, and dedication in academics from the youth that I've been working with. The fact that I am a former gang member and come from the same streets and community as most of these youths helps me connect and relate with them and their issues. So today I stand before you to ask for your assistance in advocating for my colleagues who have been waiting for months to be cleared by probation to be able to enter these facilities and do the work that they've been hired to do. Our collaboration with probation, it does not only make institutions safer for the youth, but for probation and us as well. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Arregue. I am a credible messenger with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I have not been cleared yet to enter the juvenile detention facilities. However, I had the opportunity, and I do have the opportunity, and continue to work with the youth coming out of those juvenile detention facilities. And working with them has not only been insightful to myself, but not being able to enter those facilities when I was a juvenile offender myself who received a life sentence, bringing that hope and the knowledge that these youth need, not only myself and my colleagues who have not been able to enter, I believe it's very important for us to enter those facilities and be able to bring that hope and change so that they don't have to wait 20 to 30 years to understand that, man, I should change and I do deserve a second chance and I am worth it. And we need to continue to bring that to the youth. So I ask this commission to please speed up the process and help us get into these facilities so that we can continue to bring this change to not only help the youth, but possibly make our communities safer and also the detention centers themselves, make them a lot safer for everyone involved. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Robert Martinez, and I'm an Anti-Recidivism Coalition credible messenger. I was hired 4 months ago and still have not received clearance to enter the youth facilities. Having gone through Barry J. Nardoff Juvenile Hall, the California Youth Authority, and serving a 27-year prison sentence, I possess a profound understanding of the challenges that these youth face today in the justice system. Although I am currently working with the released youth by facilitating trauma-informed support groups for them, it still is not what I was hired to do. I stand before you pleading for you to please advocate for the probation department to clear me and allow me to be a testament to the possibility of change for these young people. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nathan Harvey. I'm a credible messenger for the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I was hired last year in October. I've been waiting clearance since November. When I was the same age as the youth, my colleagues in my service, I committed a crime that had a ripple effect that I couldn't comprehend at that time. Since then, I committed, which led me to having to serve a life sentence. I served 28 years of that life sentence. I've been home 2 years. Since then, I'm off parole. I work 2 jobs, and I'm waiting to go back in to show these youth a living example of success. Who better to do it than somebody who walked that path of negativity and now walks the path of positivity? I ask you and your colleagues to please consider streamlining the process of clearance for me and my colleagues to reach these youth. Sincerely, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. And first and foremost, I want to say thank you for your hard work. I know it ain't easy, so I really appreciate that. My name is Jaime Rojas. I'm with Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I've been with them for the past 4 years. I've been mentoring the youth since 2020. And I've been going with Barry J. as well as CBK, Cam Kilpatrick. Somebody mentioned Unit X and Z as well. So I've been there and seen a lot of what's been going on with the youth, the impact they're having, the stress with the staff as well. One of the things that I wish to advocate and be very adamant is the work that we do for the youth, for the community. A lot of my colleagues are very eager and committed to the work that they do. They're here expressing clearances for them to be able to do the job that they were hired to do. This commitment is from the experiences that they had, the life that they've been through, and the understanding that they have with the youth, what they can do with the youth and for them as well. So I really wish to implore the committee to be able to do something about the clearances as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Good morning. My name is Darren Hammond. I'm a credible messenger with Healing Dialogue, and I'm one of the children that Commissioner Canales mentioned that was fortunate enough to make it out after serving 16 years of my life. I'm here to stress the importance of the clearance of the credible messengers in these same juvenile facilities that I spent years of my life feeling alone, disregarded, and hopeless. While pending clearance, I've had the privilege of working with the newly released SYTF population as a member of the reentry team, and I see the positive impact that my colleagues have on these youth, whether through conversation or interaction. And I believe that this is a direct result of the time invested, the bonds, and the trust that was built from the work done within these facilities, as well as remaining a constant in their lives post-release. I say that to say there are plenty of credible messengers in this room that have been waiting to be cleared. We each have the ability to provide accompaniment, guidance, support, and a perspective on life that these youth may not even know exist by assessing their needs and identifying them in real time. By us being in limbo, this is stagnating the change, and more importantly, the healing component of what our organization provides to these youth, which is vital in their growth and maturation in order for them to move forward with not only a new perspective, but a value on their own lives, but also for them to value those who they've hurt, whether directly or indirectly. So the sooner we are able to be granted access into these facilities, the sooner we can start these youth on their healing journey with hopes of lessening their chances of recidivism and increasing their chances of becoming productive members of society.
I was prepared to say good morning, but now it's good afternoon. All right. My name is Jerry Myers, and for the past 22 months, I've been one of the credible messengers going inside ARC. And what I do is I draw upon my own lived experiences in the criminal involved justice system. Yes, I was once incarcerated, but at a later life, later years of my life. But I am able to share with the youth to show them the support of what it feels like and that I understand because I had my own adverse childhood experiences. And I work with the girls. I am a survivor of domestic violence. So I'm able to help these girls, give them evidence-based trauma trauma-involved curriculums. And one of the curriculums we're working on right now is the Beyond Coping Skills. And this allowed the youth to understand how to deal with cognitive and dialectical therapy practices that they can utilize for themselves while they're inside, and also help them obtain coping skills. And with the efforts that I've been providing these programs, I've actually seen transformative behaviors in some of the youth, and they're becoming a better versions of themselves. And I can give you an example. One of the youth, her last name is Evans, and what she shared with me is that she learned from the group to self-separate instead of fighting. And she attributed it to the curriculum, direct curriculum that I'm teaching her when I go inside. And I just told her how proud I was, and to just stay on that journey, you know, of change, to choose a different path, to choose a different behavior that is very constructive, and that she will see that she will not recidivate, and that she will stay out, and she will grow into this beautiful, productive young adult. Also, I wanted to just say that I've seen how
That's your
it's
time,
changed
Jerry. I'm
the
sorry.
staff.
Sorry to have to cut you off.
Okay.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is John Johnson. I'm a credible messenger with Healing Dialogue in Action. I work in the reentry where we serve the SYTF population at this time. I want to thank the commissioners for allowing us to speak here today. Appreciate that. I'm very passionate about this topic that we're talking about, the youth. I was once a troubled teenager myself, and I was very shy. I was very shameful, and my trauma left untreated left me in prison to do 34 years. I was 19. I was given the sins of life without the possibility, and with people loving me and caring about me, it made me wake up and understand that my core self was good enough. And so I'm passionate about the work I do, and I just wanted to say that I could sit here and talk about myself and go on and on and on about it, but this is about the young men of today and how we give them the necessary care that they need, that they could definitely make our communities better and society as a whole. So I'm asking for clearance to help you guys, to urge you guys to help me get cleared to go inside and help develop these young men and to be model citizens. And we have the manpower here to do it, and we got the brain, so there's no reason why we can't get in there and develop these young men and make them model citizens. And with that being said, I will close. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, John.
Good morning, commissioners and attendees. My name is Norman Mitchell. I am a credible messenger with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm here to comment on the importance of clearance for the credible messengers who are waiting to be of service to our youth who are housed inside of juvenile facilities. I am a credible messenger who has been cleared for the past 6 months. And I see the hope that those before me and myself bring to the youth through our presence, sharing our lived experience, mentoring, and our evidence-based curriculum classes that we provide. We would be even more impactful if those who are waiting for clearance would be processed and cleared. I know it would be conducive for the youth and all those who share the same commitment to see our youth embrace their greatness. I ask that you please help us help you. I had to write that down because I need to remember that. But on a different note, I was gang related for 26 years. I did 26 years on a double life sentence. I went in at 23. I got out at 50. But around 34, I had a revelation that I mattered. And when I mattered, other people start mattering. So these youth matter. And I wouldn't want them to wait until they're 34 to recognize that. So with that, I hope that you would invest in the manpower that really care about these people so that we can make this a better place. And I thank y'all for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Richard. My first name is Richard. My last name is Richard.
I'm sorry.
So I served 43 and a half years in prison. I've been home for 6 years, and I worked
under ARC as a credible messenger. I've been coming in there for actually over 3 years, even before this position became available. One of the things that I wanted to talk about or stress is the fact that I've heard a lot of talk about collaboration, procedures, and things of that nature. And, I'm an advocate for all that. This is what we come in to do. We try to stress this to the youth, the young men that we talk to. We try to talk to them about teamwork, about, not being separative or finding differences within, each other for the purpose of separation, if you will. So when we're talking about collaboration, that was one of the things that we've been stressed. My hope is that we do actually get to collaborate, because I've watched so much bureaucracy take place since I've been inside the facilities, to the point to where we need to overcome that aspect of things and start actually collaborating. And if we're expressing this to the youth, then let them see collaboration actually taking place. And one of the things I think that we can collaborate on is to, again, accelerate some of these processes in terms of clearances and other things like that from an implementation standpoint. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richard.
Hello, my name is Desmond Payton. I represent Healing Dialogue in Action. I just wanted to speak initially to the efficacy of a credible messenger, but I think that's been covered ad nauseum as I've been listening. And what I wanted to say was, I was listening to the metrics that were being put out in terms of looking for success and successful models. And I just felt like a little heartbroken, because as in this position that I'm in, trying to get cleared to go in here and speak with these youth, I have to catch them when they're in transitional houses or coming out of these facilities in order to have an impact in their life. But that impact is measured in ways that you really can't account for with certain metrics. I just know what the feedback is and how they change their lives. And I also know how valuable time is. I served 32 years on a triple life without the possibility of parole sentence. And coming out here to deal with youth, we only get them for a short period of time. And there are certain things, I know you have CBT, RET, all these different academic practices that you want to invest in them so that they understand themselves and become self-aware. But there's, at least in the model of the organization that I represent, there's a spiritual element to it that nobody really touches on. And it's the accountability factor. And the time that you have to spend with the youth in order to get them to be accountable for what they did and also aware of the impact that they've had in that community, you have to get to them as soon as possible. Some of the kids that we've worked with, your greatest fear is that because you can't interact with them at the point of contact at these facilities, that they get out of here and they reharm or reoffend the community. Somebody spoke to that earlier about trying to protect the communities by making sure that we're able to deal with them. There's a nuanced understanding that I think we have of what they're going through, where they are in life, and how to reach them, because we're speaking to a younger version of ourselves in that instance. And you wouldn't want to see bureaucracy get in the way of that. I understand that there's procedures that people have to acknowledge. I just know I want to do my job, but more so than a job, it's my purpose. I know Viktor Frankl said, once suffering ceases to be suffering when it finds purpose. And I know what my purpose is. I'm just trying to make sure I can get to it. So anything you can do to facilitate that, we'll be really grateful. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished commissioners, my name is Willie Edwards. I work for the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I'm one of the supervisors for the credible message that goes into these juvenile facilities, Barry J. and Cap Kilpatrick. As a youth in the system, I didn't have the things that's presented today as far as credible messengers and different services within these youth programs. The Credible Messenger program is a very powerful program because, as you can see, it's derived from individuals that's made mistakes in their life, bad choices in their life, and they've made those corrections so they can come out and assist the youths that are going through the same things. So I implore you guys to really look at the Credible Messenger program and those that are waiting in the wings to be approved to come in and assist in the programming that's so desperately needed in these juvenile facilities. I thank you for listening to us. I ask you guys to really support that and speed up this process, because not only the safety of the institution is in this, but the safety of our communities. Thank you for listening to us, and you guys have a great day.
Good afternoon. My name is Dion Whitmore. I'm a credible messenger with Healing Dialogue in Action. And most of my colleagues have stated the obvious, right? Our issues of going inside these detention centers to work with these youth. And the problem is that our access. And for whatever reason that may be, right, we're still going through it. And today, like, we are here pleading with probation to allow us the opportunity to go inside these facilities and help these youth. This narrative of us against them, like, we're not here to go against probation. Are the policies and regulations in place? Like, we're willing to abide by everything you have laid out so far. We're asking for the opportunity to go in here and help, but also help change the system, which I hope that you all are a part of as well. With that being said, though, you guys have the power to do the right thing. I just hope that you do it. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jason Holland. I'm a credible messenger with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. The full scope of my role is to be a hybrid, meaning that I spend half of my time inside the institutions building relationships with them. And then when they come home, I help in the transition of their reentry. I got hired in January and I've been waiting since then to get my clearance. I haven't had it, so I can't work to the full capacity of my position. Like many of my colleagues, I want to emphasize the necessity for that. But when I was looking around the room, I did a head count earlier. There's over 30 people here that are credible messengers, formerly incarcerated, that are out in the community doing amazing, beautiful things. That same potential is inside of those facilities. And what we want to do, we want to go breathe life into that. We want to nurture that, cultivate it. Difficult to do without clearance. I was listening earlier to the conversations. I actually think that we're in alignment with what probation is trying to do with inside the halls, with the plan moving forward. Earlier, Mr. Lewis mentioned us being able to pivot and be in position to run programs, specifically regarding the Thinking Forward journals. And it was stated that we're an option. I actually want to assert that we're more than an option. I think we're really a viable part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shannon Hambley. I work with Healing Dialogue in Action. I've been hired for the past 6 months, awaiting clearance to go in and assist my fellow credible messengers. I know that our impact can be great. We were them, so we know how to reach them. I know that I'm supposed to be getting cleared for Dorothy Kirby to reach the females who are very underserved. While I'm awaiting, I'm working in the reentry field and I'm working with the SYTF females that have been released, and they're thriving due to the help from the credible messengers and the guidance and the planting of the seeds. Like, they need the assistance and the encouragement to continue learning and growing. And I would appreciate any assistance in getting cleared.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Andrew Gonzalez. I was incarcerated at the age of 15 and received a life sentence. My biggest problem is not being cleared, but to put things into perspective is I am those youth. That was once me at one point. I know how it feels to be shackled from your ankles to your waist to your wrist, being there on a 9-to-5 shift. That's real vulnerable. They're vulnerable in that moment. They're being re-traumatized. And to come back to an environment that's even penetrating even more, it's unfortunate. And I know that there came across a lot of people that were once there for me, but I couldn't see that. So I'm here to speak on them. They got a voice too. I was once a youth. I know how it feels. We understand them. Everybody in this room overcame the biggest mountains in their life, their biggest fears. And it's unfortunate to see a lot of these youth not being helped to the maximum capacity that we can. There was a quote that the governor said. He said, once the mind is stretched, it no longer goes back to its original form. And I always question myself, well, I can't display those actions if I'm not being cleared. I work with the reentry team, so I help them in their continuing care, but I want to be there from the gate. And that's not possible if I'm not cleared. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robert Hill. I'm a credible messenger with Anti-Recidivism Coalition. Myself, as well as these other fellas, served a lengthy time, 25 years of incarceration, got tried as a juvenile. However, that's not my highlight. Been out 10 years now, so that's a blessing. But I did want to share this old African proverb, it take a village to raise a child. So all of us is part of that village, right? So we know what we're here to do, right? And we talked about numbers, right? Data don't lie, right? Men and women will lie, but data don't lie, right? Since the inception of Credible Messengers, which I entered last year, the numbers don't lie. And it dropped. And it got better, right? And just for a little light's sake, we need more credible messengers because I get tired, right? We get tired, but we need them. But the numbers don't lie. The data speaks for itself, right? And lastly, right, I get we ain't gonna always agree. We can always agree to disagree, right? But again, we're a village, right? Since my inception, right? I remember walking in there and probation wasn't giving no love. And I had to check my biases, right? But if we continue to work together, the sky's the limit. But just keep in mind, the numbers don't lie. So we're needed in there. We're not incredible messengers. We're just credible. Lived experience, sharing a story, trying to help for the world to be a better place. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. This is my first time, so bear with me if you could. My name is Angel Mendez, and I'm a member of ARC, Anti-Recidivism Coalition, and I would like to advocate for credible messengers and as well as for ARC, just to say that they're a great organization and somebody that was formerly incarcerated as myself that grew up in Pico Union, downtown Los Angeles. We didn't really have that growing up, but I never saw that. So being here and seeing all these individuals here actually talking and standing in front of you guys and conquering their fears is great to see, and I would just like to advocate and just hope that you guys speed the process so they could get and help the youth and give them the help that they need. Thank you.
That was great, Angel. Please come back.
Good afternoon. My name is Gerardo Gomez. I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. The vision of youth justice, in which we see more CBOs and credible messengers engaging with young people on a daily basis and offering valuable programs and services like evidence-based curriculum that support cognitive thinking, is not being realized. At the age of 15, I was tried as an adult. Since it's 25 years, I served 17 years. During 2007 and 2008, I was incarcerated in East Lake Central Juvenile Hall and Barry J. Nordhoff. The lack of personal development, positive programming, and emotional literacy opportunities hindered any possibility towards my own rehabilitation. I remember times sitting in my cell and in the day room for days with nothing to do. I believe that if I had a mentor or a credible messenger in both during my incarceration as a juvenile would have been highly beneficial to reconnect with a sense of humanity. I ask that you please use any available resources to ensure that the past does not continue to hinder our future. And also that credible messengers get the opportunity to fulfill their jobs, provided essential help that our young people need. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Tirado, and I am the Storytelling and Content Associate at Anti-Recidivism Coalition. And I just want to say something short and brief by Frederick Douglass. It's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men and women. Thank you.
Nicholas.
Good afternoon. My name is Giovanni Hernandez. I am a youth advocate with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition and a student at UCLA. Earlier, Commissioner Lewis mentioned about a certain event that happened at Juvenile Hall, about a dinner or a lunch with our families. I was in Barry J. Nordhoff from 2006 to 2009. And then I believe it was 2008 when I had probably not the same event, but a similar where we were able to have a dinner or lunch with our families, taking pictures. And this day, I was sitting back there, I was remembering the whole day. It was a good day. Unfortunately, I had to go back to reality where I wasn't treated as being special or being like a matter the rest of the time there. It was one moment out of many years that I was there for. Went back to lack of programming, lack of things that made us feel like we mattered, like we were human. This is why we are here to advocate for our credible messengers, because we need people like them the rest of the days that our families aren't able to be there to advocate for us, to let us know that we're special, that we matter, that we have potential. I mean, if you look at it, the whole room is full of potential, full of success. And I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Giovanni.
Good afternoon. I hope you're all doing well. My name is Isabella Solomon, and I am a dedicated member of the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. Over the past few months, I've had the profound privilege of working closely with the young individuals recently released from incarceration, like myself. Together, we have embarked on a transformative journey. Through this experience, I have witnessed firsthand the immense value of having a mentor who truly understands and relates to the experiences. This is where the role of credible messengers becomes crucial. These individuals, equipped with the heart, experience, dedication, and resources, are eager and willing to engage with and support the youth. Their unique perspective and genuine understanding make them invaluable assets in addressing the challenges faced within these facilities. By leveraging the potential of credible messengers, we can provide additional support and bridge the gap left by the shortage of official staff. Our credible messengers can serve as a testament to the youth currently inside who don't know nothing more than the lifestyle they grew up with, to the endless possibilities of what the future holds. Thank you for considering this vital initiative. Together, we can foster an environment of understanding, support, and hope for these young individuals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kent Mendoza. I'm the Associate Director of Policy at the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I just wanted to kind of conclude all of these comments. I think that it was amazing to see all of these individuals who at one point probably were considered the worst thing in their lives by the systems, and now seeing them all here showing up passionate, willingly, and motivated and encouraged to work with these young people who are currently in our care in the custody of probation. And it's very empowering to someone that was in the system at one point. You know, I think that this is very inspiring because, you know, when I was in these facilities, there was nothing like this, you know, and now we have a legit opportunity to really transform the system in a way that lives up to what we, the county, has agreed, which is a care first, jail last approach. And, you know, I think the credible messengers are at the core of the Justice Reimagined vision. I know what it takes to really change, and it takes, not only does it take ranch services and support and all that, but it takes real relationship with human beings that understand you or love you and give you the acknowledgement that we probably never received by nobody in our lifestyle. So I really want to encourage the Probation Commission to really work closely with probation. If they are going to be in compliance, then let's make sure that the kids are also getting everything they deserve in these types of horrible environments. Let's give them the mentorship, the guidance, and the love that they need, so when they are released, they are better at successful navigating the harsh realities of living in the free world. So just want to encourage this Probation Commission to really do more to ensure these credible messengers have access to the young people at the facilities and probation. I encourage you all to also look at us as a main solution to everything that you're dealing with. We can help with the culture change, everything that you deal with. Credible messengers are good and properly equipped to do so. So thank you so much, and I urge you to do a lot around this issue. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Helen Eigenberg, Hangout Do Good. And I have one question that I just want clarity on with Chief Epps is the supervisors, are they required to check the video all the time against written reports, or are they checking the video, is that just random? So that's one question that I had. And then the other thing is, it's been so clear coming here today and listening and over these past few months, programming isn't happening. And so I'm just wondering, what are these kids doing all day? And as somebody said earlier, just a few times, people before me, he sat in his cell for all day, a day and a half with nothing to do. And that's just unacceptable. What are they doing if programming isn't happening? And as somebody else said, these youth matter. And so I support everyone here from ARC and getting these credible messengers in there. We need to take care of these kids. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thanks, Helen.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cesar Galvez. I am a credible messenger for the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I am also formerly incarcerated. I work at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall Monday through Friday, from 11 to 6. I have developed personal relationships with our youth inside. I honestly, this is the reason why I'm here. It's only by the grace of God, and I choose, to live my life in amends and give back to these youth. I have this lived experience, right, that I've God has turned into a blessing that I can reach the hearts and minds of our youth. This is very important, and it's key. This lived experience, each and every one of my colleagues has this unique light that they shine for God's glory. And when I go inside, a lot of our youth, they're always talking about, hey, Cesar, what's up? We got an assignment. What are we doing today? They're very proactive, and it's a blessing to see our youth take positive steps in the right direction that are life-changing. They're life-defining moments in their life. And I really want to emphasize that I know firsthand the shortage of staff and everything, all the topics that we brought up today. And I totally understand. We are working alongside probation to help make the institution safer, not just the institution, but the community as well. Having more credible messengers inside it needs to be done. It really does. I wish I could cut myself in 100 pieces so that I could reach all the youth, but unfortunately, I only go into 6 units a day, which is a lot. And on some days, I wish I
I'm
had
sorry,
more
I
time to
have to
spend
cut
with
you
them.
off, Caesar. That's your time. Thank you. We actually got to see Caesar in action during our inspection last week at Los Padrinos. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. My name is Ernesto Sanchez. I am also a credible messenger, and I happen to be the supervisor for the reentry team at Healing Dialogue in Action. There's a whole lot that I would want to say, but I think it's kind of been spoken on. This weekend, I went to annual retreat with ARC. It was a beautiful experience. And I got to spend time with Marlene, which is Brian Diaz's mom. And I thought about her son and I thought about her while we were in this experience. And then I sat here and I wasn't going to speak, but I'm just asking to be cleared so I can go inside and prevent another death. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. We're going to switch to our online commenters. We have 3 in the queue, yes, and it's just going to be those 3 who speak. And as we switch, I also want to read a short message sent by David Carroll, head of the Department of Youth Development, who was in the meeting and had to leave. He said, "My name is David Carroll, Director of DYD. I want to express support for the credible messengers and share that DYD is actively working with probation on a policy, but the process is moving far too slowly, and we're concerned about potential restrictions that could severely limit the ability of credible messengers to be allowed into the facility." With that, we will move to the first speaker, who is listed as John Doe. John, we're going to unmute you. You should be able to begin.
Okay,
Yes, we can hear you.
perfect. First off, this is about BSCC and staffing. I'm calling anonymously because last time DPO Coffee called into the POC to express her concerns, Ms. Epps retaliated against her and warned everyone, including managers, that we're not to call into POC and any other agency to voice our concerns. It is no secret that Ms. Epps assisted in facilitating facilities and getting into compliance. She only stepped foot into the facility once, and even then she was negative, unprofessional, and we all felt disrespected. These sentiments are felt at all levels in this department. It is clear she is a liar and lacks any type of leadership skills. Apparently, she was too busy to lead because she was recruiting personal friends and doubling their salary. She clearly doesn't care about LA County probation. The damage that Ms. Epps is creating in this department needs to be stopped. It is quite clear she's only hiring people who look like her. She's not hiring people who are qualified and have experience. It's almost racist. How can the department allow this to happen? Oh, that's right. She's calling this an emergency, indicating that she clearly has no clue about what the real issues are. We need more line staff, not directors. Ms. Epps is inexperienced in this role. She has never been in the trenches and does not know the reality of LA County. She does not know how to implement necessary changes for the department. The juvenile system is supposed to prevent kids from derailing their futures. She has done more harm than good. Someone please motion to remove Ms. Epps. On a different note, when will Eric Strong be returned back to the sheriff's department? He is costing the department millions in his blunders, and he's bringing in corrupt former sheriffs to run security and internal affairs. Clearly, because they will follow all his unlawful orders. For example, he brought in Kevin Gorin and is now a bureau chief. He was Frankie Carrillo's arresting officer, and we all know how that whole case was corrupt and ultimately overturned. Reality is,
That's your time. Thank you. We're going to go next to Audrina Rochelle. Thanks for being here, Audrina. We're going to unmute you. Audrina, oh, there we go. You can begin.
Okay. I want to thank the commissioners, ARC, the credible messengers, and the probation department for our Mother's Day luncheon. That day meant the world to me, and we're both greatly appreciative to everyone who does their job plus more on holiday. A complete difference from last year's. I hope to see more collaboration in the future between the department with ARC and more community-based organizations as it produced positive results. On June 3rd, I attended the BSCC regulation revision meeting, and they were changing the wording of policy within the juvenile halls, especially towards post-secondary education and programs made available after graduation. For example, it included wording such as juvenile halls include courses that prepare youth for participation in post-secondary education, to revising it to juvenile halls may include courses that prepare youth. So to me, it seems like a clause meant for facilities who are not performing as well as others. Maybe this is due to the capacity of juveniles being housed in each facility. For example, Barry J offers more services because it houses minimal juveniles. And wording such as may include services but not obligated to allows the problem within underperforming facilities to remain resolved. So I guess my question is, how does this change of wording affect future inspections towards compliance?
I think that's a great question, and but we have one more speaker, and then I'd like to ask Deputy Chief Epps if she could respond to that question. The question is how Audrina, I know you can still hear me, although I think you're on mute. I want to make sure I understand the question, which is how does the new wording in the approved BSCC regulations inspect future inspections? Did I get that right? I'm looking at the commissioners to make sure I got that right. Audrina, can you unmute Audrina again? Just make sure I got that right.
Yes, I wanted to know how that one word where it says may include affect, or what changes of that wording does affect the future inspections for compliance. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, and now we'll go to our final speaker, which I lost the name, sorry about that, which is Shireen.
Commissioners, my name is Shireen Senegal, and I'm the Executive Director of Ronnie's House. Ronnie's House was started after I lost my husband to gun violence that spent many years of his youth in that juvenile hall. And what's really heartbreaking to me is that when I asked my husband what was the thing that could have turned things around for you, because he later went on to spend 18 years in prison His answer was somebody to guide me, a mentor. So as I see these beautiful brothers and sisters who have literally spent hundreds of years in prison combined, fighting to get inside to save our youth, it is truly heartbreaking, and I think we need to tap into our humanity. I believe with all my heart, because I've worked with many probation officers, that there are incredible people in probation that are doing the right thing, but somewhere, somehow, bureaucracy is keeping us from healing these youth. And within our community, we have the tools to heal them. And so I really joined the call to say, I wish that somebody could have saved my husband and all of these beautiful brothers and sisters, but we have the opportunity to do that now. And for years, I've been hearing the same thing. There comes a time when we have to see that we have so many of the answers in front of us and that we don't have to move in crisis management. We don't have to create a pipeline where these kids' next stop is going to be prison, possibly for life. So I just encourage us to work as a family and as an ecosystem to get to the bottom line of why these incredible messengers are not inside, helping us with a very important mission, and that's to heal these young people. Thank you so much for all of your work. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Shireen. And with that, we'll wrap up public comment. Thank you to everyone who attended today.
Did you want an opportunity to answer the question?
Yes, okay, couple things. One, Miss Audrina, I'm not sure, I know changing something from, as if you go from may to shall, implies something is may be done, but I'm going to say that is a technical BSCC question because they actually conduct the targeted and comprehensive inspections, and that the better informed answer would be with those doing those inspections for interpretation of how that language is going to impact facilities throughout California. So I would defer there for the response. On the issue of our credible messengers, first, thank you. I hear all of you. I respect greatly the work that you do, and I find it invaluable resource. Unfortunately, the contract that ARC had with probation, I want to say it either expired in March or April. As a result of the contract expiring, we don't have any direct contracts for services to be provided through the probation department with ARC. All contracts for credible messengers to come into the juvenile hall facilities are now held and brokered through the Department of Youth Development. Now, where we can shoulder the issue here is the issue of clearances. When I was addressing the issue, what I had were 3 people awaiting clearances. So I looked at the request to do an override. The clearances were related to a request for an override. I took a look at the overrides because being new to this, I'm not as familiar with the process. I think I got my first request for override when I got here shortly after December, maybe late January, early February. Mr. Lewis would know better than I would. When I took a look at the overrides, if there's an override process and we as an agency are overriding applications or applicants 100% of the time, what's the point of a process? So then my next question was, what is the process? What is the criteria to get overrides? I spoke to people that had given overrides to get some insight on why they did so. And I felt like, hey, that's not an adequate answer. So we've been working, as Mr. Carroll said, with DYD to take a look at that, taking a look at the criteria, and there were some revisions in that. So hopefully that will be done soon. So I just wanted to discuss that. As far as the video reviews, yes, there's a video review of every incident required when there is a use of force incident. Over and above that, as I stated earlier, we do review videos randomly. So say something could be off. Youth EPS, using my own name, has a broken finger, or say the language says re-injured. Well, any of us as administrators can say, hey, you know what? I'd like to take a look at that video. Can you pull it? Can you send me a link? That often happens when I see the pins, when I'm reading the use of force report. So we will say, hey, pull the video and we will look at it. And again, that same process that I noted earlier to refer it for a review internally, that may be internal affairs, and then based on what's discovered there, to refer to any other authority for a closer look. So on the last thing I want to address, I definitely don't mind anything with my credibility being questioned. I'm a show and prove person, and I believe that results are in the pudding. My resume is available to anybody that wants to see it, publicly posted or otherwise. I haven't spent 34 years not being in the trenches. You grow from what you know. You have to progressively learn to do that. We have recently hired people into the department, 13 new people, be it full-time employees or contractors. We'll have about 6 new people working specifically at our Barry J. Nydorf facility every day, including a special consultant, a former DJJ director, Michael Miner, who's already done significant work at that facility. We will have a new superintendent at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall effective on Monday, the 17th. Ms. Roman, who's currently there, has done a good job. We just need some additional transitional changes and using her talent in other places in the department. There have been additional people with the appropriate skills hired to help. I have said publicly here at the POC, I have said at the BSCC, I have said in our own internal executive leadership team meeting, ELT, that we would be bringing in additional leadership to layer in with our current leadership. We are believers that iron sharpens iron. What people already know about the department and what people bring in their experience to the department to strengthen where we are. I apologize if people do not feel like there's been any changes. That's unfortunate. I feel like there have, the department feels like there have, and we will remain 10 toes down and steadfast in our approach. I believe the rocks cry out for change and progression, and we will continue to move in that direction. And that includes layering in new leadership. And that's all I have to say about that. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any further questions or concerns? Commissioner Canales?
For clarity, ARC did not have a direct contract with probation. The funding we received was through our Board of Supervisors, which is required to go through probation. Those contracts expired. However, we had 2 more contracts, one with DYD for our credible messengers, and the other with the BSCC for our weekend and subcontractors that provide most of the programming on Saturdays. Our goal has always been to create these pockets of rehabilitative programming to help our young people, long before new leadership came into the probation department. In terms of the clearances don't have anything to do with either contract. The clearances have everything to do with the process, as Chief Epps mentioned. Most of my staff, including myself, are formerly incarcerated. Many of us spent decades inside. That does not mean that we're not qualified or that we won't do the right thing. Not one credible messenger has been walked off or accused of doing anything wrong. That speaks for itself. Most of us were former lifers. To come home after serving a life sentence is difficult because you have to go through the Board of Parole hearings. And if you know the Board of Parole hearings, it's primarily staffed with former corrections officers and former law enforcement. You can't go in there and BS and fake like you're rehabilitated. You have to earn your way home. And these men and women that come home say that they want to help build their communities back, heal their communities, because we were the ones when we were teenagers, like the youngsters that are inside, tearing down our communities. In conjunction with probation and other community-based organizations, if we do this right, we can have far more success than what we're having right now. The slowdown, because there's not the process, and some of these processes I disagree with, but we're no longer in that conversation as a community-based organization. Even though if we look at the record, we've been going into the halls longer than most others. When people were afraid to go in, when kids were fighting, when there was so much dope in there, we still went in there. We were called in there, and we helped quell the disturbances. And we never complained because this is our calling. This is what we believe in. We want to support our youth. So when these things come up, every one of these team members that have come in here and spoke, I have personally looked at their backgrounds, I observed them, met many of them while they were incarcerated, and worked closely with them while I was inside some of those institutions.
When I hire someone, I'm personally saying I trust them. I've been going in since 2015 while I was still on probation, on parole for a homicide. I've never done anything to jeopardize me being able to go in and help our young people. And when called to respond to something to help, I will drop everything to go in there and help. And this is the same that I ask of my credible messengers that go in. So when we talk about clearances, I'm not just picking people at random. I'm picking people whose hearts are committed to helping these young people who have demonstrated through not just word, but deed, that they have transformed their lives, that they have earned their way home to freedom, and that they are the key to the success for our young people. When we went in, as a teenager, I didn't have anybody like me. I didn't have nobody that looked like me that used to be a gang member, a dope dealer, that says, Sam, you're better than that. You can go to college. You can graduate with honors multiple times. You can be this, you can be that. I didn't have anybody like that. We have that now. And if we do this right, I would love, if anybody in our philanthropic community is listening, I would love for Cal Wellness or Cal Endowment to pay for most of the supervisors and all of the leadership to fly to New Beginnings in Washington, D.C. to see what the model really looks like so that we can understand what we're trying to do here. Because when you see it, you're like, damn, we're close to it. But we haven't gotten past that because, in my opinion, we're still being judged for what we did and what we paid for. Because you were in prison for a homicide, you still can't be cleared. And that's not how it's supposed to work. It's not how it's supposed to work. And I want to advocate to go before the board of supervisors to find this process faster. 6 months, some of these people have asked to be cleared way back in October and November. We're in June now, halfway through June, and you still haven't been cleared? Last thing I want to say is I want to repeat. Not one of these men or women that are formerly incarcerated have been walked off or accused of doing anything wrong. That speaks volumes because they've been going in, some for over 3 years, some for over 9 years. That says a lot. And if it doesn't, I believe when you judge somebody, judge them by their actions, not by what you hear, not by what they say, but how they walk their life. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to touch on, the credible messengers. I want to apologize too, because I have gotten irritated with Sam so many times when he's credible messengers. And I'm like, there's other programs too, Sam, but I had no idea you all were waiting approval for so long. I thought everybody was cleared. So I was not understanding. So this gives me a deeper understanding, and I had no idea of that. And then I also want to touch on something. I heard so much, about accountability and who you are now and what you went through then and things like this, and how it would have meant something to you, to have these mentors. And I'm speaking for myself, when there was a recent incident in Watts, a 15-year-old was severely beaten on his birthday. And from the news article, that's all I'm going by. I don't have any other information, but it was three juveniles. And it hit me because I take this very seriously. Like, you have no idea how I even tell myself sometimes, like, how did this happen that I'm in this position, right? And when I read that, I thought, if this would have happened to a 15-year-old in the halls of the camps, we would have been furious and we would have blamed probation. I said, so it happens out here, and are we furious? Are we blaming anyone? Did those youth that did it, did they have an opportunity to have mentors? Had they been in trouble before? Did they have an opportunity for accountability? And that's what I heard from all the credible messengers. Nobody came up here and said, they screwed me over. I didn't even do anything wrong. And I just, you talked about your vulnerabilities and where you were at that point in your life. And, so I do feel it's a very valuable program. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see out here the same tragedies. Because now we have 4 youth involved in this, right? 1 that's severely beaten, 3 that are in trouble. And, it's just the cycle until we deal with the accountability instead of the constant blame and just looking at making that better. And so I just really want to thank you all for coming. This has enlightened me so much. And, you know, the digital creator, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Nicholas, will you say that quote again? Because that's what made me think of the young man in the hospital from Watts, severely beaten, disfigured, you know, and the 3 juveniles. That quote, when you said that, I said, I have to be transparent about how that hit me that day and how am I accountable to myself, to this position, and to the community. Will you say it again, please? That part right there. Where are we at? Where are we at with our youth? That said it all. Thank you.
Commissioner Terry.
I know we're almost out of time, but I just wanted to let you all know that we do hear you. Our ad hoc committee just met yesterday to talk about these issues that we're consistently hearing around the background checks, around clearances. We have a whole strategy that starts with a follow-up meeting with the department to bring forward the concerns that we are hearing. But please be on the lookout because we're also going to be doing some meetings with providers to hear more about your experiences, and with people who want to get inside to be a provider, but are out the loop to hear about their experiences as well. So I think this is a priority area for many of us, so we hear you.
Hey, agenda item 6, we will discuss and take possible action on a report from the Probation Department on the rates of concurrence between probation's recommendations at intake and the court's decision to detain or release for 1 week of September of 23. Just for background, we had asked for these reports in 2023. We received them and we created a spreadsheet with the recommendations, and the department agreed to follow up on what the actual decisions in court were. For some of you who do not have written copy, it's possible maybe to look at your phone, and it's part of the agenda. So
Deputy Chief Epps says somewhere very important to be, which is Disney Hall at 2 p.m. for graduation. But Deputy Director Cotton is the one who created this report, so we'll be doing the report.
thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair and Executive Director. We've been waiting some time to have this discussion regarding these concurrence rates, and thank you for your patience. I think we were able to come up with a process to give the Commission what it is requesting, at the same time not compromising some of the other regulations that would have required us not to share the information. So what you have before you is a concurrence report from our IDC, that's intake, detention, and control, on concurrence rates, meaning recommendations from the probation officer in intake as compared to what the court actually ordered. The top part of the document starts off with the number of cases, which we started off with 51 cases. In red, you will see the 9 that we backed out because for different reasons. 1 case was sealed. We did not have access to those records to review. The other 2 were DA declined to file. Those youth were released. And then there were 5 released prior to arraignment. And then another case that came that was filed in adult court. And the young person probably had a warrant. I was looking into that one more, but probably had a warrant with a new adult charge, but was not detained in juvenile hall. So those were excluded as a part of the review. So the bottom half of the report, on the left side, you see probation recommendation. The middle of the page, you see actual court orders. And then you see the number and percentage of cases where we had concurrence, where both probation and the court agreed. So we had 0 releases, just straight out releases from the group of 42. Release on community detention program, that's what CDP stands for. There were 8 total where probation recommended release. CDP Of that 8, the court agreed with on 4 of them and detained the other 4. So there was a concurrence rate there of 50%. The next line is the detention line. There were a total of 34 of those cases, of which probation recommended 7, of which probation recommended that all 34 be detained. Of that total, the court released 7 CDP and detained 27 for a total of 34 with a 79% concurrence rate. And then you can see the totals at the bottom. The overall concurrence rate was 74%. In the conversation and discussion with our chair, the question centered around the high number of detentions that probation recommended. You'll see a 34 number, and you'll see of that 34 number, the court released 7 of those. A couple of things I want to make comment around on those. One being, there's a pretty good system in place where law enforcement will call ahead of time. We have a log that I reviewed to make sure that that was still in place and still active, where law enforcement agency can make phone calls to detention to find out if this is a actual case where we would be actually detaining, or the DPO could advise them to either cite the young person out or seek other resources, or through DYD or other diversionary resources that are available in the community. So those conversations are happening regularly. And so many of those cases would not have come to our front door. That's one. Number 2, we want to dig deeper into the 7 where they were actually released on CDP, which tells us there's still room for improvement there. So those are the 7 cases where the court actually released CDP and we recommended detention. A couple of things could have happened. Additional information could have been made available to the court at the arraignment, and the court found it viable that might not have been available at the time of detention of the young person, and/or we just need to look deeper into the system to find out about those options for those 7 cases. And that concludes the report and from probation's perspective, and we'll hear more from the chair, who also had an opportunity to review.
So we've lost quorum, and a perfectly planned agenda gone awry. I'm not sure if we can finish this discussion.
We can finish the discussion, just not take any action, and then probably you should table the rest of the, yeah, well, just table the next. There's only one remaining.
So if my colleagues remaining here have any questions or concerns? Commissioner Lays.
Well, I guess this gives us a little bit of a chance to discuss this. So I look at this and I see a comparison between probation recommendations and judicial decisions, that there were 4 instances when the courts were, I would use the word, harsher in their determination than probation, and 7 times when probation's recommendations were harsher than what the court decided. So that does suggest that if you think the courts are lenient, probation's doing good, or if you are in my way of thinking that courts are typically too harsh in these decisions, probation is making it even worse. So that's the way I read these. But the other thing is, I would appreciate being able to compare this against something that I feel might be more objective than just comparing judicial and probation recommendations. But there's a time lag, so I don't know if it's possible. But I've been trying to use as my benchmark whether or not youth are detained after their adjudication. If we're holding them for a couple weeks and sending them home, I'm of the mind they should never have been held in the juvenile hall at all unless there is some emergency reason to get them out of the home. And that would be I think, more objective criteria that we could judge these against rather than just probation recommendations versus judges. So this is great. This has answered some of my questions, but that would be a next step we could work towards in evaluating this data. Also, I think you're nodding with each other like I'm not telling you anything you haven't already talked about yourselves.
Great information.
Okay,
Sorry. So I'm just looking at this data, and obviously I don't have all the underlying information, but I guess I want to get back to the root of like when probation recommends detention versus release, and like what is there a policy? I know that there was a town hall where we kind of really focused on like the legal aspect of this, but would love to know what like probation's processes. You know, we're aware of the LA detention screening. Unclear if that's used in isolation, if there are other metrics that you all take into account. What is the training? What are the policies? Like, is that information that can be provided?
Sure, it can be provided. We do use the LA screener for our detention decisions. Certainly,
LA detention screener.
LADs.
But is that used in isolation or are other things taken into account when recommending detention?
Other things are always taken into account for recommendation. You have a supervisor also that can do an override who's reviewing as well. And lots of other things are taken into consideration. It's not just a zero-sum game.
Is it, so when you say lots of other things, are those like listed somewhere? Are they laid out in a way that it like doesn't end up being subjective?
I would say that there's training and there's supervisors available to make sure that these reports are not subjective. They all are subject to a review and approval by a supervisor.
You said there's training available? Is that what you said? That there is training?
So there is training available for probation officers.
To do the intake detention recommendation?
They've had that training to do the intake, the LAD screener. But what I did say was there's a supervisor who is required to sign off on detention decisions who also have been trained and required to take a look and ask the second and third questions.
Okay. Is that, sorry to go like into the weeds here, but so you said there's a training on the LADs, but I'm asking, is there a training kind of overall on how these like recommendations are ultimately arrived at?
The LADs includes a lot of things like motivational interviewing, how to get information, protective factors, other risk factors, looking at a lot. It's not just a training on how to conduct the tool. It's actually looking at evidence-based practices, things that should be considered when you are considering whether to detain or release.
Yeah,
so it's not just, it's a myriad of subject matter. You can't just train on can't believe should be released today based on A, B, C, D, and that. You have to look at some of the dynamic and static risk factors as well.
Is that written somewhere?
It is written, yes.
Okay. Yeah, if you could provide that, that would be wildly helpful. So obviously there's some relationship between the risk assessment and the detention recommendation, but that's not the only factor when making a detention recommendation?
No, it can't be.
Okay. I don't know if it's possible for us to also get the data on when the risk assessment recommends detention and when the ultimate detention recommendation is contrary to that. Does that make sense? When like the LAD says detain, but ultimately the probation department, IDC decides otherwise, if that could be
I'm not
provided.
certain if that exists consistently, but I will take a look, and if it is, we'll make it available. But I am not certain. I don't think that exists in that format consistently, but I will look into it.
So Chair Kakane, if I can just right now. So there's other information that actually came with this that's still being evaluated by probation. And it combined, it will be an agenda item to get a better look at intake and detention and piggyback on our detention town halls.
Okay.
So, and you'll get a clearer picture of this data because there's a little element missing that, if I'm okay at liberty, that Ms. Cotton has taken an interest in to look at and to flesh out that that will tie everything together. What I would like to say about this data, though, this one number, when you start looking at a concurrence rate of 79 which means 20% may have been, it's possible that they could have been released recommendations. You're looking at about 40 kids a month that may be released at a quicker point. And when you start taking that out for the 200 that come in, you're looking at significant changes there in the population. What we've learned just by following the data is that we have 200 youth coming into the hall every month and 200 leaving. And so trying to figure out where that is happening. So now we know that at least 20% are leaving within the 3 or 4 days. The data that's going to be fleshed out later shows a bigger percentage leaving in 15 days or 30 days, and it points to the question and the concern that Commissioner Lay has. So once we get that, and then at that point, anything that I think the probation department can provide regarding training and the process, it'll all be nicely tied in.
Sorry, go ahead. I think Wendy.
I would just add, since we're running out of time here, that I had a wonderful conversation, Donisha and I did recently with the Vera Institute, is that the right word? About risk assessments. And I think there are a few folks out there who we might want to invite to a future meeting to talk about the pros and cons of risk assessments and how they work and don't work in facilities. And we've talked about that a little bit on the adult side, but I think it'd be really interesting to talk about it on the youth side.
I think that was, my ultimate or next request is to really have a conversation on just like, and I asked this during the town hall. I know that different counties do it differently. Some share their detention assessment with judges. It seems that LA does not share the, or probation does not share the actual computation of the assessment with judges, with the defense counsel, with the prosecution. And then also the extent to which the LADS has been peer reviewed, assessed for bias, the way it impacts youth of color versus kids who are not of color. So I think all of that feels super important. And then it's also my understanding that LA may be moving towards a different model. So would love some discussion around that at some point.
And then all this will lead to a really nice ad hoc commission and committee and some great discussions with our partner in probation. So any more questions? Well, public comment. Do we have any written or live public comment?
No written public comment on this issue. Is there anybody in the room who'd like to make public comment on the concurrence report? Thank you, Deputy Director Cotton, for doing this. Anybody online? Okay.
Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn? Oh, first this table.
Yeah.
So I need a motion for that.
Table.
She has a comment.
Yes,
We are going to do general public comment. We have to do general public.
yes. Let's table a couple first.
I think, does, Amra, do we need a motion to table or? Oh, we can't. So you're going to table item number 7.
So I'm tabling item number 7. Unless any matters posted for number 8. New matters not posted, commissioners.
I'll just, there is an item on the agenda under matters not posted for a future presentation, which is a request for a presentation from probation on the bail deviation process on the adult side, including how probation prepares reports, what staff prepare the reports, how they're trained, and then also rates of concurrence between staff's recommendations and the court's decision. But that is an adult program, and we'll communicate with leadership about that.
Sorry, I just had one request. I know that there's been kind of documentation, press releases on the chief, I think, putting a number of individuals on leave just this year, some of whom had arrests, some of whom had convictions, unclear kind of like how old those arrests were, like what is the process for those things? So I think that would be helpful if there could be kind of some discussion around.
Shoot the leadership an email and we'll discuss that on Monday at 10
Sounds good.
o'clock. General public comment, yes. Do we
Okay.
have any?
We have general public comment in the room. And if you are online and you want to give general public comment, please use the raise your hand function or dial *6 on your phone. Okay. Good afternoon.
Could I get a clarification of the time?
2 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gabriela Lozano. I'm a probation officer and lead clinician with the Functional Family Therapy. It may be a known gem in the department, and I wanted to make sure that I spoke on it today. I'm also a licensed marriage and family therapist and have been a PO for 26 years, 13 of which has been an FFT. FFT is an evidence-based program that works with youth and their families in the home. I appreciate this commission, their oversight, guidance, and support to help the probation department's transition to youth justice reimagined. For all of us, I feel this transition is not unlike giving birth to a giant, huge baby and suffering an unimaginable and painful labor. I am also touched, I have been touched by the testimonies of the credible messengers, the passion that they bring, and how they stand in their lives and their truth today in the incredible stories of redemption. There's really a shared space here where I would say that many of us, what we share is some sort of attachment, some sort of reason for being in these rooms, whether we were parentified children, heroes, scapegoats, or whether I myself have had a father that was imprisoned that I remember seeing as a teenager and visiting him. And so I understand what brings us here, and we all have our stories, and I think we can all relate to that. I want the POC and public to know about FFT because we have been deemed non-essential and may not survive the right sizing of the department. The officers, interventionists in the FFT unit have sustained FFT through COVID, deployment, and most recently, the reassignment of officers to the halls. During COVID, we temporarily transitioned to teletherapy. These officer interventionists are flexible, creative, well-trained, passionate, and a number of them are licensed or pre-licensed LCSWs and LMFTs. We work evenings and weekends and meet the needs of working families. We are relentless about engaging youth and help shift the family's narrative to bring hope and create change. Because we have worked with youth on probation.
That's your time. Thank you, Gabriela. Thank you for coming today.
Okay, thank you.
What does FFT stand for again?
Functional Family Therapy.
Thank you.
And it's been around for 15 years within the probation department. And if you have any questions, I'm here and I have my card. Thank
But
you.
looking to be eliminated now though, right?
Okay.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Joey Pagadwan, and I am here with the Homecoming Project and Impact Justice. There are two questions that most people ask when they hear about us. The first is, what is the Homecoming Project? In a nutshell, THP finds community members, we call them hosts, with an extra room in their home that they are willing to have someone who has recently returned from incarceration, we call them participants, stay in for the 6-month duration of our program. In exchange, the hosts receive a stipend of about $1,400 a month and make a huge impact on somebody's life. And the participant gets free housing for 6 months and receives wraparound services like linkage to continuing education, employment, and housing. The second question is, why the Homecoming Project? A big talking point is that people that are formerly incarcerated are 10 times more likely to experience homelessness, which makes them more likely to return to incarceration. Anybody can warehouse people. The state does it with prisons, and to be honest, many transitional housing programs run on the same model. But THP's strength lies in its ability to create community. I'm formerly incarcerated, was a lifer, and spent over 2 decades in prison. When I paroled, I was starting from scratch, no families or friends in the area, no support, and very much on my own. It was terrifying, trying to work, save money, wondering, where am I going to live? I found THP by accident, applied, and was relieved when I was accepted. I thought this will give me some breathing room. It turned out to be more than that. The hosts I matched with first became friends, and now they're family. There is very little I wouldn't do for them, nor they for me. We recently launched in LA County, and our first participant, Darren, is a credible messenger and spoke here earlier today. So whether you're thinking about applying as a participant or becoming a host or know someone who should, or you believe in the work so much that you want to come work on our team, I can keep people updated on openings. I was fortunate enough to find a home at Impact Justice and feel that the work we do is a labor of love, hope, and connection. Thank you.
Thank you, Joey. We're going to transition to a couple of online comments, but before we leave, Lena, I would like to say that I listen very carefully to public comment, and it's my favorite part of these meetings. And I hear you about the printed materials. And so what I want to say, and we will find a way, Ismail and I will, to put this in our email, is that there is a method by which people can RSVP to these events. And if you RSVP to the event, we'll do the count beforehand, and we'll have that many physical papers of the reports. I really don't like making a lot of copies. It has nothing to do with public participation. It's about trees. But that seems like a good way to compromise to start off. So I will encourage people to RSVP via the Eventbrite, and then we'll make physical copies of the papers in order to do that. And we're going to go on to virtual public comment. We'll start. Actually, this looks, with call-in user number 12. So you need to dial, I can't remember, is it *3, *6, *3? *3, sorry, *3 on your phone, and it will unmute you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, this is Mel.
Hi, Mel, you can begin.
Okay, thank you. Two things. One, I recognize that there's at least one commissioner that seems very eager and excited and energized to get information as it relates to employees that have been disciplined. I would like it. I would think it'd be a nice approach if we can have a symmetrical understanding of the employees that are doing great. You have a bunch of community advisory committees. I know at least you and one commissioner attend. Resource fairs, probation officer of the year, a whole bunch of things that employees are doing great. Employees and officers and staff that are doing great. I think it would be good to have that as a regular agenda item so that it can appear that it's not just a hatchet committee, but it is a neutral oversight. Oversight means over everything, good, bad, and ugly, but that also includes good. And then the last thing is, it'd be nice if we can hear from more victims, not just as involved victims, but just victims that are not just as involved. That's all. Happy Juneteenth to everybody, and happy Father's Day to all the dads and the moms that are dads. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. We had one more, but Audrina, if you are still on, it looks like has she left the meeting or she just dropped her hand? Oh, no. Okay. That was from before. Okay. So we're done. So I guess we just adjourn, right? We just adjourn. There's no more.
Thank you all for joining us today. Be sure to follow us on our social media. Thank you.